right. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. So I guess we'll play Old Reliable for a little bit. Until the boss calls. Or whatever. You know how it goes. Okay. We are in it. Give me that.
I'm the Fist of Khonshu, protector of the overnight travelers.
Alright, get me out of here. Okay. Yeah, shut the fuck up about the goddamn network, bro. Fish? Shit. Are we gonna be as locked in as the other time? Oral grouper. Oh shit, we got 6? Sailfish. This is a fishing game now, by the way. I'm not sure if you're aware this is a fishing game. Oh, it's close. That was a close one. That was a close one. You're gonna make me do this every time. Does it even matter if you hit it? Like, you give me an uncommon, bro. The fuck? Close, it's close. Yay! No bait. No bait. Can't even get nothing good, bro. Give me some units, I guess. Freaking emote, I guess. Sure. Everything else, kinda mid. Spider-Man, but is it like a? There it is. That's what I wanted to see. So that's all you got? What it is? Pictures? Pictures? Oh,
Khonshu guides me,
the
just
fuck?
not always in the right direction.
Sure, bro. Sure, bro. Take the damn picture. Like, what do you mean share to claim, bro? What the fuck? Give me my goddamn units.
Cyclops reporting for duty.
Give me my walkie-talkie. Stop showing me that, bro. Did I get it? I don't even know. Don't know if I did. I guess not. What did I do wrong? Can someone please explain to me? Cohen Reels. What this is? Same shit. Confirm. Can you take the picture? Okay, 13. Upload failed. What do you mean upload failed, bro? Bro, I'm doing what you asked me to do. See, like, it says that, but then if I click on it and I do that, and then I fucking do the thing. Okay, straight to X, bro. Okay, there we go. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Bro. Please, please. And delete that shit, bro. Ain't nobody care. Like, bro, where's the fucking... What are you even showing me, bro? I can't. Man, get out of here. Get out of here, bro. I don't need to keep seeing that. Okay. Okay. Well, let's play a quick match. Let's play a quick match. In quick match. No? No? Okay.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
I fucked I click on Moon Knight. Actually, you know what? Fuck whatever.
Khonshu guides
Wow.
me, just
Wow.
not always in the right direction.
You can't let me have one quick match, dude? They can't let me have one quick match game?
Get ready.
They can't let me have...
You and me, Spectre.
They can't let me have
I'm not nearly
one
as heartless
quick
as
match
you,
game?
Castle.
That's not it. We're alike because we're
Wow.
different. There are some problems
This
that
is
are
crazy.
force.
You don't need...
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's... Yeah, okay. They're hating because my domination game is going to go on for 20 minutes, apparently. Yeah, I heard it. Alright, this game is gonna last like 10 minutes max.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
How? What the fuck? What did that even hit? Okay.
Capture the mission area.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Back again? Great.
I'm honestly surprised no one's playing Cyclops right now. The fuck? Praying on my downfall is crazy. Oh my god. Oh my.
I am the light in the darkness. The moon haunts you.
Your team's capture buffer is past the halfway point.
The goon haunts you. The goon haunts you. Oh shit.
Double KO.
A gift from Khonshu.
Oh hell no. My aim. My aim.
Control C's.
Jesus Christ. Okay, okay.
A gift from Khonshu.
No! I got melted, bro.
Defense is the key.
Back where I started.
Control lost.
Not like this.
I am ready to put
Not like this. Oh, that's not good.
shields up.
This fucking big ass dinosaur in his shield, bro.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Bruh. Bruh. Oh my god.
A gift from Khonshu.
Well. That's a rough one. Okay. Bro said 4? Understandable.
Friends call me Mark. I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Got it? People want to be led, I want to be in charge. Win-win.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I know all about you, rogue.
My
I wouldn't touch you if my life depended on it, Castle.
Smart choice, Tom. You couldn't handle seeing
my
It's your memories I'm worried about absorbing, sugar. It's your twisted
The
ethics.
battle starts in 5,
You guys believe?
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Nice of y'all to show up here. But where the heck were you when me and Remy tied the knot?
Powering up. Bombs away.
Oh no.
Now, double KO. The mission area is yours.
Go team, go. We're in control. Powering up.
You fucker. No. Jesus Christ. Who did that? How did he do that? Okay.
Operational again. Powering up. Rockets, fire.
Taking it all.
Maximum pulse.
Okay. Oh my god, bro.
Go team, go. We're in control.
So many fucking haters, bro. They want me to. They want me to lose.
Mission area. Keep going.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Powering up. Bombs away.
Much better.
Iron Man operational again.
Fantastic! Ha
Powering up.
ha! My way!
Look out below.
The area's almost yours.
What are you aiming at?
Holy fuck, bro. No. We poured. Oh, we poured. What the fuck? When did we get a strange, bro?
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Find whoever put me out last time. Powering up. Look out below.
Yeah, I'm fucking cooked. Holy, bro. Okay.
Control lost.
I'm back.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse.
You fucking big ass dinosaur head, bro. Oh my god. I'm dead. Do we have any semblance of motion?
They've almost got it.
I'll take that as a no.
This time. Powering up. Look out below.
Taking it all.
How?
No winner yet. Going to overtime. I am ready to put up.
It's Jover, dude. It's so over.
Armed and dangerous! Again! Fantastic! Again!
Well. Damn. You know what? Not my fault.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
What are you guys still spamming in the chat, bro? My team stinks, bro. What? You know what? I guess I deserve that.
Red Ball. Well, did you have some cake today then?
Hello?
Did you enjoy a cake?
Hello, Moon.
Is he done? Did he
Yeah.
lose? Are
Yeah.
we good to go?
Yeah, we
Oh,
lost.
hello, Moon.
So
See,
are
this
we
is why you
starting?
shouldn't play.
Yeah, yeah,
Especially when
yeah.
you said you play demos with me.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we're playing
yeah,
the
yeah.
bomb. We're playing the bomb banana game.
I got a question. Are we like playing different demos here, or just playing one?
Yes. No.
Well, it depends on how long this demo lasts. If we can get
How
this
long
bomb
the demo
defused, bro. I don't know if we trust
Yeah.
us. Communication
mean,
skills in this
also-
team very, very much lacking, I think.
I think Roxy's gonna flip out like halfway.
I think I won't, but we'll see. We'll also see.
Oh, what the fuck? Hold
This is
on.
a tutorial book. Do I have to go through the tutorial book?
No, you don't. That was what I was reading. That just explains to you what each thing is.
Options.
Dude, I heard nothing.
Okay. Music, turn that shit down. Microphone level. Okay. Okay.
Is there a demo?
This is the demo. What do you mean? Is there a demo?
No, a category on Twitch, my dude.
Why don't you just put the game?
I mean, yeah,
I
there
don't
should
know
be a
if the
category.
game is.
It's already there. I already did that.
Oh, okay. Okay, I wasn't sure if
So-
the game was there.
Who's gonna invite who?
Oh, so we can't use
Okay.
external voice chats. So we're just
I'm
gonna
assuming
be here.
Roxy because Roxy's the one that I'm
I don't
assuming
even-
has
Yeah, I don't even have you on
Steam.
Steam.
Solve all modules on the bomb to defuse it. The dots are Braille alphabet and readable only by blind. The stage in here shows the module's current and total stages. Module name, module image, module's description, solve table. Blind can locate and
Who's
handle
gonna
the bomb
talk?
by touch. Deaf
Huh?
have to communicate with the
Who's the
team.
one that's gonna talk?
Mute holds the defusal
Can
instructions.
you
guy
create a
basically?
party real quick so we can like assign roles?
Okay. How do I invite? Oh, I have to invite you guys to this.
You have to get play. hit
Stove
it,
God cooks?
Listen. If you know, you
hit
know.
invite.
No. What the fuck? Who knows?
If you know, you know.
This is what I deal with. Did I invite you guys or no?
Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me mute you.
You invited me.
I'm just gonna,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
just gonna demo
Mute in
myself.
Discord.
Okay, so. Oh, can we be the same thing?
T, deafen yourself in Discord.
Calm down, jeez. Let me open
Can I
Discord
lower
and
your
mute
volume?
myself.
I guess not.
Can I increase your volume?
Can you increase the volume?
No, I like individual people volume.
I don't
but
think
I guess
so. I
guess I'll
don't
be
think
the
so.
mute guy.
Yeah, I have to just increase sound in general.
Okay, so who wants to be who?
I mean, we're
Well-
already. I'm already mute.
No, well, we can move. We can move.
Yeah, I know, but like, you guys want to switch or do you guys just?
Do we really trust me to be the blind person first? Do we really trust me?
I don't
Isn't that
think
what makes it
matters
fun?
who's who, to be fair.
I think yeah,
What?
the worst person on each role should be that person, right? So
Oh, I'm going to.
I'll stay muted. I guess I don't
Okay,
know.
Then I guess I'll be deaf.
Okay.
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 Okay. Press start. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Start.
Are we ready
Let's do this,
are we
guys.
ready to
Here we
play
go.
this game?
Have to click. Oh, no. Give me a sec. And I go accept the stupid invite. Go on to Chrome. Just accept the collab request. This is
Yeah,
fucking
it's weird that
stupid.
doesn't work on Opera.
I click start. It's not starting, guys. Do you guys have to click start?
Oh,
But it's just
you gotta press ready. Banana button underneath the mute your role. You ready? I don't know.
Does it have to say ready or
yeah, it says ready. It's just and now it's just Madden with us.
Mamoon? What the
Oh,
fuck? Okay, guys, we're not making it. We are not
Okay.
completing this.
Okay.
And it took us that long just to... Oh my god.
Oh wait, you guys can't hear me
That's
anymore. Fuck.
crazy.
Oh
Wait,
fuck, they
one
can't hear
sec.
me
What
anymore.
is-
Oh
okay.
shit.
It's already started. What the fuck?
Okay.
No, I'm just making
And
sure.
can you like
Guys, oh lord, we fucked up by making me the blind one.
Oh my God.
I'm blind, guys, by the way. This is why.
I don't know what the bomb looks like.
Bro, you have to start.
What do
Cable?
I do? I don't even
Cut the correct color cables based off the number of cables.
How do I
Yeah,
s-
bro.
and the
We're good,
Oh,
bro.
okay. Guys, I
Calculation
see some
row.
cables. Okay, there's 4 cables here.
4 cables? Okay.
I don't know what I'm supposed to.
4 cables.
I see 4 cables.
What the fuck? Wait.
What the fuck are we doing?
Cut the correct colored cables based off the number of cables and the color of light.
There's 4 cables.
What color are they,
Wait,
bro?
I'm assuming T is the deaf one then. T, you have to look at Mad Moon. Okay, you have to look at Mad Moon.
Oh, brother.
Okay, and Mad Moon is going to try to explain to you the instructions. Oh, you're deaf. Fucking shit. What am I saying? You're deaf.
Oh my god, yo, we're so cooked. Okay.
Guys, we already lose. We lose.
Okay, so
We're
there's
not fucking
there's
doing-
4 wires, right? What color are the wires?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, well, that was great.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Okay.
What the fuck?
Okay.
What the fuck?
Okay. Wait. No.
Okay.
Okay. We need to lock in.
I still don't. What am I supposed to do? Do I just have to wait for something? Cause
Okay,
That
so
was so dumb.
from what happened just now, Roxy told me that there were 4 wires, but she didn't indicate any other information about what these wires.
There's
were.
nothing. There was
She
nothing.
has
It was just
because she can't see the colors, and I can
I
only
can't
figure
see
out what
colors.
wires to cut from if I know the colors. So I don't know what to
Thing is-
do.
so the thing is, I can see the colors, but I don't know how to tell you.
You have to use like emotes and stuff, bro.
Hmm. Oh, ice cream.
Okay,
Actually, no.
like
You
the
can talk.
emotes.
You can talk.
You can talk. T, you can talk. You have to look at Mad Moon, and Mad Moon's going to try and like sign in instructions to you, like what he's seeing. You have to then relay it to me. Okay?
Yeah, you can see the bomb, right? So you need to like kind of describe what the bomb looks like, so I know which puzzle we're solving, like which
Yeah,
wire
you have to
cut.
look at the bomb. Yeah, you have to look at the bomb, right? And tell him like what color the wires
And then
are.
you need to tell
I-
Roxy which one that she's actually cutting because she can't see which one she's doing.
Yeah, I can't see. T, you just can't hear. You're gonna have to relay the info.
You have a very pivotal role in the middle of this operation.
Okay.
T, can you? I don't know if you can fix your mic because I can barely hear you, and unfortunately, I can't just increase your
Can you hear
volume
me
without
now?
increasing.
I have to
Okay,
wait
that's
for
better.
1 second and they already failed. This game would be
Right.
so easy for me and not. Yeah, it's a 3-player game. Unfortunately,
Hi,
it's a
Death
3-player game.
Punk. Hello.
So,
How are you?
yeah.
We're
so
playing
this-
BOMBANANA.
This is gonna happen.
Yeah, we might be here for a while.
Wait. Let me try being the deaf person. How about this? Let me try being the deaf person. You be the blind person, T. Let me just see how this goes, okay?
Yeah, because I was
Okay.
just so confused because I don't know how to do emotes. Like, it doesn't explain that.
Just press-
Emotes? You can emote?
yeah. I mean, maybe I only have
I'm
emotes because
assu-
I'm mute.
No,
maybe
yes.
you.
You
I'm
have
pretty sure-
emo. Okay,
I'm
so
pretty
you
sure
have
I
emotes
have to
because it's
talk.
mute. Yes.
Yeah, I have to
Yeah.
talk. Problem
Okay.
is
Are we-
because I can't hear
Wait.
myself talking.
Are we ready?
I don't know if you guys could hear me. But I'm
Yes, we
assuming
can
you
hear
yeah,
you.
we can hear you.
Yes.
So you as the
Ma-
deaf person can't hear yourself talking. So
Yeah.
you're gonna keep talking, okay?
Mad
Just- you
Moon,
just
can you
won't
see
hear
the
yourself.
have you looked at the manual? Did you look at like how the instructions are
I
displayed?
was
like,
looking at the first page because that was the one that you talked about. The other ones, they looked way too complicated. I can't lie.
okay. Let's
yeah.
just go. Let's see. Okay,
Okay.
I'm assuming you guys can hear me, and I'm
Yeah.
just gonna keep talking.
Okay.
So there are 3 wires.
Okay, there's
Mad Moon, there are 3 wires.
wires.
Okay.
Yeah.
It goes green wire,
Uh-huh.
and then there's no wire in between that. Then it's
Uh-huh.
blue wire and red wire. That's from left to right. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Can
Can you
repeat
emote
that? Can
anything?
you repeat that?
You want me to repeat?
Yeah. Can
So
you repeat
green-
that?
Wait,
Then there's no wire.
Okay.
Then it's blue wire. Then
Uh-huh.
it's yellow wire. There is a blue dot
Okay.
on the far right side. Like if we're looking
What do I
from this
do?
way, like
What
if
do I
you're
do?
looking at the thing.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if the blue like light up. I think it's a blue light. Sorry, a blue
Okay.
something above blue light
Okay.
at the
guys,
right end.
what do I do?
At the bottom.
Okay. That doesn't mean anything to me, but yo, T, cut the green wire. Cut the green
You
wire.
have
Oh,
30
man.
seconds.
Oh,
Mad Moon,
instruction,
figure this
Please,
shit out.
Instructions.
I
Instructions.
Bro, where the fuck?
Mad Moon.
Please.
There's no
It goes green wire.
How do I
Then
emote a color?
there is no wire, and then there's a blue
How do
wire,
you
then
emote a
there
color?
is a yellow wire. Okay, there is a
Dude,
Okay.
Two.
Why number 2?
Yeah, fuck it.
2?
Why not?
We have 10 seconds.
Fuck it, why not?
You know what? T, cut the blue one. It's the
You
it's the second wire. It's the second wire.
Oh,
Nope.
Fuck. Oh, fuck.
What the fuck? Madman. What the
This
fuck?
shit- this shit is not as simple, okay?
Madman.
Okay.
Madman.
I don't know
What
what you're
the fuck?
describing. I don't know what you're describing, bro. There's only one color. There's only one like light.
I said it was blue, and then there was no wire. Then it was no green, no wire, blue, yellow.
Okay,
God
okay.
damn.
cycle
God
through
damn.
rolls.
Okay,
Goddamn.
I'll be blind.
Goddamn.
I'll be blind.
Okay, I'm deaf. I guess I'm deaf. I mean mute. I'm
Oh,
mute.
okay,
No, I'm
I
mute.
guess- I
I'm
guess
mute.
I'll be.
I'm
Okay,
mute.
wait. I
Okay.
guess I'll be.
No, yeah,
Okay.
no, T, you've
What am I
already
gonna
been deaf.
be?
You have to be blind. You have to be wait.
Okay, I'll be
I
deaf.
was
I'll be
already
deaf.
blind. I was already-
Wait. Oh,
That's because I was mute twice.
because you were mute twice. Oh my god. Okay.
Don't worry.
Oh my
We're-
god,
we're
guys,
ready-
what
we're
are we
ready.
doing?
We're ready.
Oh,
It's
fine, it's
hi,
fine.
Car.
It's fine,
Hello,
it's fine.
hello. How are you? How's life? How's everything? They're cuts.
So
Me
I'm
mad with
assuming-
that man. Might as well not even be a bomb. T fixing to speak
so-
Spanish.
Can you click the color
will
tabs on the
assume-
book?
T, if you can click the colored tabs on the book. Oh, okay. There's colored tabs.
Isn't that for different sections of the bomb? Okay. Okay, we got 4 wires and we got a blue light. It goes yellow, red, blue, green. Does that mean anything to you? Yellow, red, blue, green, and there's a blue light. 1? You mean 1? Yes, confirm, yes, 1? Okay, so you want me to cut the yellow wire, the first one. Okay, cut the first wire. Did we do it?
It's cut.
Okay.
You guys have to tell me the color of the light too. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Don't forget the color of the.
Okay, I will say I feel like being the blind person is the easiest one.
Yeah.
Yes.
All you have to do is follow
You-
the instructions of the.
Yes.
you have
You
to
do
just follow the
nothing but listen.
Yeah.
Oh
Issue
my
is if
God.
the instructions don't reach you, you just
Yeah.
start
God
freaking out.
damn.
So how did you figure that one out?
Because you said the number of the wires. You
Yeah.
said the color of the wires, like the order,
Yeah.
and then but you didn't tell me the light. I need to know the
I
light
said
color.
blue. I said the light was blue.
Oh, you said blue? Maybe
Yeah.
I
Yeah, he
misheard
said
it.
the light
Okay.
was blue.
I probably did process that, but my brain forgot.
Okay.
But yeah, that's all the information you need to read the manual.
Okay. I feel like
Oh,
the 3
so-
wires was tripping me
You-
out. It's
It's because you have to know. You just need to know what color if you know what color the light is, it's the color of the wire that you have to figure out which one needs to cut. And that's why when you were telling me the order, I had to then figure out what number it was. That's why I said 1, because 1 was yellow. You said yellow was the first one. That's why it's like 1.
All right.
That's how
Is there another
it's
level?
gonna go. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's level
Unfortunately.
2.
All right. Same
So
rules,
do
I
we
guess?
keep this makeup or
Or
should
do you
we
wanna- or do
switch
you
it
wanna
up to?
switch? I don't know.
Let's
Guys,
switch it up.
It's up
Let's.
to you guys.
T hasn't.
T
been
hasn't
mute
been
yet. All right.
mute. Yeah.
Okay.
T, you go mute.
I'll go blind.
I go blind.
Okay.
I'll do the easiest job.
Okay.
Let's see how this goes. That's me.
It's gonna be a harder. It's gonna be a harder fucking thing too. Okay, so we got 4 wires again. Yellow, blue, red, green, and the light is red. We have a red light, 4 wires. It goes yellow, blue, red, green. Red light, 4 wires, yellow, blue, red, green. It's so Jover? No, don't say that. Don't say that. 4? You want me to cut the 4th wire? Okay. Alright, we did it. Did we blow up? Okay, there's another one. There's another thing. It's got like 4 directional arrows with like some braille symbol in the middle. It has a green light on it. The braille symbol, it's like 3 dots and like an L shape, I guess. That's about everything. There's like up, down, left, right directions on that thing. Green light, 3 dots in the middle, L shape, little braille section, braille pattern. Why do I feel like I'm the only monkey that can talk? Also, we have like 8 seconds. Go up? What does that mean, bro? You just nodding your head, bro? Oh, okay. Well, we're at 4 now. I think we're about to die.
Bro, how do I even tell you that?
The new number was 1, so the number changes. I can read the number. I can read the braille, and that's why I was yelling at T2.
But like,
You didn't say anything.
I did. You can't hear me.
Oh,
okay, listen.
Oh,
So
yeah. Yeah, I forgot that I was deaf. I was like, yo, it sounds like when you talking.
Yeah, so okay.
Fucking stupid.
So when you get to the part of the numbers,
Yeah.
like I was so confused on how to tell you because I can see the green light. It's 2, and below 2 is 7, and the green light there's like an I think it was an upward arrow. But how do I tell you it's the upward arrow?
You just gotta.
Well, he figured it out in the end. Fucking shit, man. Forgets he's fucking deaf. God damn it. God damn it, I'm over here screaming, the number is 2, the number is 2, and this guy's like, I don't know what the number is, it kind of looks like that. I'm like, God damn it, this bitch. He's like,
Yeah,
I feel like no one's talking. Oh, I wonder why.
I was deaf, dude.
Yeah, I could hear Roxy talk, but again, I didn't know how to tell her which arrow it was.
Okay. Honestly, I think we can run that one back. I think we got it this time. Oh, we're fucking stupid. Or at least me. Me for sure.
Okay, ready up, guys. You have to ready up.
Yeah. Okay, so 4 wires, yellow light. It goes blue, yellow, red, green. Two? Okay, cut the second wire. Uh-oh. We got an X. What? Bro. Nodding your head doesn't mean anything to me, bro. We still gotta cut a wire, though, I think. Oh, okay. That's it. What just happened?
I just kept pressing the button. I pressed the button.
I needed you guys to repeat the order. Repeat the colors.
Oh, you said
there's a repeat. There's a repeat emote. T. There's a repeat emote. There's an emote where you could be like, "Can you do that again?" It circles around.
Listen, I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, I'm more focused on the bombs and the emotes. Okay.
Okay, let's do that again.
Okay. 4 wires. Red light. Green, blue, yellow, red. One, the first wire. Confirmed. The first wire confirmed. Okay. So now we got the the same thing from last time. We got the up, down, left, right thing. It's a green light on that one. And there's 2 dots. I guess Roxy will tell you what number that is. I don't know how that worked. What's going on? What's going on here? Which direction do we need to go? Yours or mine? Brother, I don't know what that means. There's got to be an emote, bro. There's no way. Roxy, I think we're gonna die.
Button.
Dude,
I
swear there's no emo for that. I swear there's no emo for tell you directions. All I can do is look towards the direction.
How am I supposed to know if you're talking about your left or my left, bro? You just look to the right. I don't know what that means.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna be the deaf person. Mad Moon, you be the blind. No. Mad Moon, you read the manual. Okay, you read the manual.
Okay,
T's gonna be blind. No, T, you're blind. Okay, fucking shit. Okay.
If
Wait.
you find the way to tell you the arrows, then you tell me, because I
No.
don't know.
I don't
T,
know, dude.
another thing is you need to repeat the. Don't forget to say what number it is, okay? Because I can't read the number. You can. You're blind. You can read the number. You hover over it. It'll tell you what the number is.
That's
Yes, it's Braille. Yes, okay. You just have to hover over it. It'll tell you the number, okay?
Okay.
I will try to repeat the colors and all stuff.
Yeah, it's a 2-code thing for each one. For that thing is either like 3 or 5.
Yes, it's 2. Yes,
Yeah.
it's 2.
Yeah, but how to tell you the correct way to put it, that's the question.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't even know how we're gonna do the correct way and all this stuff. I'll just repeat some stuff and you can nod and whatever shit. Okay? Anyways, let's do this. God damn it.
Yeah.
You guys. Okay, there's 4 wires. It is
Okay.
blue, yellow, green, red. It is a yellow light. 4 wires, blue, yellow, green, red, yellow light. Okay? The light is yellow, 4 wires. Blue, yellow, green, red. Blue, yellow, green, red. What number 1? Okay, number 1. T.
Hopefully I
Cut
did
the
that right.
first wire.
Did we do that
Okay,
right? Okay.
we're good.
It's
Now,
9, Matt,
it's the
9.
up and down, left,
number,
right
it's
one.
9.
T will tell you what the Braille's reading. T, say what the Braille is.
The number is 9. It's 9.
Number is 9.
I hope he's telling you because I can't hear shit.
Okay.
Yeah, it says
What's
it's
the-
9.
The light's green, by the way. The light's green. I
light's
don't know if you
green.
need to know what the light is. The light is green
Number
on
is
this.
Yeah, you
9.
need to know what the light is. There's the light. If the light is green, it's number 9.
The
but-
light is green.
Okay.
Up or up, down.
Yeah,
Okay,
the light
you
is
have an
green.
answer?
It's number 9.
Oh fuck.
The light's green. The light is green. Bitch, you're staring at me. Okay,
Go
we're
down,
looking
Go down.
towards down. Are you saying down? Not up and down if you're saying downwards. Okay, down. Down, T. Down.
Did it work?
Okay.
Okay.
New
now
number.
it's
The
5.
light is now red.
Now
Okay.
It's 5. No, it's 5. No,
T
it's
will
5.
tell you what the Braille is.
It's 5? Okay.
The light is red. The indicator light is red.
Go this way.
Is that your right or left? Is
It's-
right
it's
or
number
left?
5. It's
Right?
number 5.
The right one or the left one?
Fuck. Left.
So is it T's left? T's left? Just look
Yeah.
at T.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
his left?
His
My
left.
left? My left?
Yeah.
Left. Left T. Just choose
Oh my god.
Okay, it's 9 again.
Oh fuck.
Wait, did we blow
I
wait,
think
why
we
did
were
we
too
blow
slow.
up?
I think we're too slow.
Oh,
See,
okay.
see,
yeah.
okay. So I told you, like, for do right and left, there's no emo for right and left.
Yeah. I
Hey, yo!
I tried to use the pointing emo, but then I was like trying to be like your left.
You have to like look at the place. You like, yeah, there's no emo for left and right.
I think you should just look at the other, like, if it's the blind person's left or right, so I can just
Okay,
tell them left
New
or right.
strategy. I'm gonna use the numbers like a clock. Okay.
Ooh.
What?
12.
Like 12 is up, 6 is down,
12,
3 is right,
3.
9 is left.
Okay.
I don't know if they go up that high, but we'll figure it out. If it's 12,
No. Can you just do? Can you not do the up and down? Up and down, you can just put your finger up and down, right?
Yeah, I
Just
can
do it for
thumbs up
left and
thumbs
right.
down. Okay.
Yeah, just do it for left or right. So wait, 3 is
Right.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
Like if you're looking at a clock.
9 is left. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, ready up.
All right, I think we got it this time.
I don't think I'm gonna.
Alright, okay, 3 wires. It is
Okay.
blue,
It's gonna go
yellow,
wrong. I'll tell you that right
green.
now.
The light indicator is green.
Okay.
Blue, yellow, green. Light indicator is green.
Okay.
Number 2, cut the second wire.
Okay.
Thank you. Now
Okay,
it's
the number is
the
6.
up, down, you know that one. The light indicator is green. T will tell you what the braille is.
The number is 6. The number is 6.
Down.
It is
Down,
6.
T. Down. Okay?
Okay.
The light
No, no,
indicator is
no.
now blue. T
Okay.
will tell you what the number
The
is.
number is 3.
Number is 3.
Número 3.
Go up.
Up. Up.
Okay.
The number now
Okay,
is
light
9.
indicator is red now.
Okay.
The number is 9.
Go up again.
Up. Up. Up, T.
Okay.
Light indicator is blue now.
Okay,
The number is 5.
Number is 5.
How many fucking are there? Up.
Up
Up,
again.
T.
Did we do it?
Oh, it's 4 because it's 4.
Did we do it? Let's go.
Oh, fucking shite.
8 plus.
Got it. Got it.
Look
Okay,
at us,
got
look at
it.
us.
Got it. Okay, we have a
figured that
system
one
now.
out. Yeah, WRNG is 3 ups in a row.
Oh my god. Okay, so I feel like we should switch it up now. Okay, next one. I'll do. I'll
Yeah,
be the mute
blind.
person.
Let me be blind
Fuck.
now for the first time.
Oh yeah, he gets to be blind. T,
Oh
you're
my God,
deaf.
I'm deaf.
Okay, good luck, T. We're gonna rely
Oh my
on you
God,
a
I'm
lot.
deaf.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I am mute. So remember, T. 3 is right. 9 is left, and then I'll just thumbs up, thumbs down for up and down. Okay. You have to tell me the light indicators as well, T. Do not forget that. And might as well just repeat the colors
Spanish
of the
incoming?
wires.
Oh yeah.
Oh, fucking shite. Okay.
Yeah, y'all gonna know. I'm gonna mess it up real bad.
Oh fuck.
Okay. So the wires are yellow, green, blue, and the light is green. Yellow, green, blue, light green.
Yellow, green, blue.
The first one.
The
The
first
first
one.
wire.
First wire.
Okay. So there's okay. It's green. It's green.
So what I see as a blind person is there's a keypad of like 9
I
numbers,
might be wrong though.
but they're all mixed up.
Who knows?
Like they're not in the right order.
Up,
Up.
down.
The fuck? What? Brother, what? What do you mean up, down? Okay, so my numbers go 6, 5, 1, then 9, 8, 2, then 4, 7, 0, then 3 at the bottom. Does that mean anything to you?
Actually, who knows? There might not even be a light.
What do you mean there might not even be it? Bro, isn't the guy the one with eyes?
So what is up with this place? Has freaking random gasoline everywhere.
It's like a calculator, bro. This
Bananas,
guy's alright. This guy's
dynamite.
looking at the goddamn map now.
Left,
What the fuck do you mean left?
left.
Left what? Sure, bro.
Going left, right, up, down. Like which one is?
Huh? Oh, we're so cooked, bro. What the
Oh
fuck
my
was
God.
that?
T. Man,
What happened, dude?
you both were talking about the 2 different puzzles. There's 2 puzzles. puzzles. Mad Moon's talking about the one with the numbers where you have to add, multiply, subtract, divide. T's talking about the directional one. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing with this info?
I didn't even
I'm
see the
talking about
directional
the
one.
number one.
There was no
I was
directional
talking
one.
about the number one. What do you mean? There was no
There's a number
directional
one. T was just like up, down. What I need you to
He
tell
was trying
me.
to interpret your like directions, I swear.
Oh, T, don't look up my fucking directions. I needed to know the information. You were like, there's no light indicator. In the manual, there's a light indicator.
For the calculator one?
And I'm like, yes.
Oh,
I need to know the color of the light. And then it's like, oh yeah, you have to add and subtract. I'm like, okay, I need directions. And T was like, oh, he was looking at me for directions. I'm like, T, I need anyways, I don't know.
What do you mean? I wasn't looking at your directions. I was looking at the thing.
But you know what? I don't even
just run
know
it back. Just run it back. Just run it back.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening. T, ready up. Also, Mad Moon, don't forget T is deaf. So when you're like, "What is this? What are you talking about?"
I mean, no. I mean that was to the audience, bro.
Oh, the audience. The audience.
He was looking at the map.
So
Like, why is he looking at the gasaline, bro?
guys.
No, right? This guy's like, there's so much gasoline
This
around.
guy's
I'm
looking
like,
at
what
the
the
freaking
fuck?
art of the map. I'm like, bro, come on, man. There's a freaking
Okay,
palm here, bro.
Listen, guys, listen.
The same guy
By
was
the
like,
way,
yo, I'm not
there
worried
was-
about the colors when I'm reading the manual. There's a bomb here.
Yeah, okay, so that one didn't have a light. It just didn't.
Are you
That's
sure?
what- that's
There
why I was-
is. It says in the manual there's a light.
There wasn't. Okay,
There are
okay,
lights.
then tell me. Yeah, they are lights. Well, let me tell you right now, the light was not on.
Oh,
But
okay.
is there
For
not
the-
color?
Is there not like a
So there's
number
no
or
color.
something?
There was no color.
Okay.
Okay, I don't understand this next puzzle. Then I don't understand this other one.
Like, okay, for the number
See,
one,
the thing is
and
that
there was the screen. There was
No.
the screen for the numbers, and the little light that's below it wasn't. There was no color on it, so I was so confused.
Okay, because in the manual there's a light indicator color. Like I need the color and whatever, and tell me the number or whatever. But then it also says I need to add, subtract, like something about odd and even numbers.
okay, yeah. So there's a bunch of numbers, but they're not in like proper number pad format. You know, they're like mixed up.
It's probably based off the wires.
No way, it's based off the wires, dude.
I might just have to tell you like the whole set of numbers that there's that.
Well,
that's
you
there.
can't. Only Mad Moon can tell me the
I mean,
numbers,
unless you can
right?
see something else
Because
that
they're
I can't
braille.
see. There's like a screen
Actually,
that
no.
I
What
can't
do you
see.
mean? I can see the numbers. What do you mean? I can
There's
see
a
the
screen.
numbers.
There
That,
are
If
there's a
it's
screen that he can see, but
Yeah,
there's braille that I can see.
yeah, if it's
Dude.
the numbers one, yeah, I can see like the numbers that appear on the screen.
Okay,
and, like,
just ready up. Just ready up. Let's do this.
Okay, so it's green, yellow, red, and blue. The light is yellow. Green, yellow, red, blue, yellow, light. Number four.
Okay.
Okay. So for the numbers one. So again, the light it's not on, but it says 51 minus 20.
Okay. 51 minus 20 on the screen, and then does that would have to type? Like, I don't know what to do with that.
It's 51 minus 20. Just use the emotes of the numbers and tell me the exact like
Are we just
number
doing-
I have like he has to put in. Seven.
Okay.
Anything else?
There's no like enter button, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
There's
Seven.
20 seconds left, by the way.
I just pressed 7. That's all I did. Is there something else I'm supposed to do here? Gotta finish this one like twice though. Uh-oh.
Boom.
So what's going on over there?
Okay. There is. You need to tell me the color of a light. There is a light. There is a
I'm
light
telling-
color.
Listen.
There's a part 2.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
two.
yeah.
You
There's
gotta
a second
you
part.
gotta
There's
do
a
it
second
twice.
part.
Okay, you know the little light bulb that appears? I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's appearing with no color.
No. Did it complete the first part of
I don't think so.
it? I don't know.
I didn't
Because
hear-
it's a
I didn't hear
two-part. It's a
anything.
two-part game. Okay. So what I was told by T was that it was 51 minus 20, right?
Yeah,
that
it
equals
was
31.
it was
Uh-huh.
51 minus 21. I think or 20.
Yeah. Okay.
20. I heard 20. So
Yeah,
that means
51 minus 20.
31. So that was an odd number. That's why I said it was 7. We based the light indicator by the wires one
Wait. So why did I press 7?
because we based off the indicator for
so
the wire.
light
Oh,
the light's
okay.
gonna be the one from the wires.
Are you sure?
That's what we were doing. That's what that man suggested because T said there's no light color,
Yeah,
right?
there's
And
no
I
light
need a light color. I need a light color. That's how the manual's working.
Okay. Should we switch roles or should we
Alright,
try this
so-
again?
I'll
yeah,
be deaf
we're-
this
so
time. I
we're
feel like I'm
assuming-
better at explaining things than T.
So
Okay.
wait, okay. So we're assuming that it's a light from the wires, okay.
I hope so. Okay, T's manual. Wait.
Okay.
Okay, there are 3 wires. It is green, yellow, red. The indicator is red. I mean green, yellow, blue.
Jesus
The wire
Christ.
color is green, yellow, blue. The indicator light is red. What the fuck did I do? Green, yellow, red. The indicator light, green, yellow, blue. The indicator light is red.
She's
Green,
fucking
yellow,
this up so
number
bad.
3, number 3. Wire number 3.
Okay.
Okay, that is fine. Now the equation is 54 plus 12. That equals 66. Okay? So that's an even number. I don't know what the color of the light is because it doesn't show me.
Nice.
Mamoon, you can't see the color of the light
I'm
either,
blind,
right?
bro.
You can't like hover over it and it shows you a color, right?
I'm
Well, you're fucking
blind.
Never mind. Never mind. You're fucking blind. 54 plus 12 equals 66 T. The light for the wires was red. So just base it off of that one, I guess.
Yes,
Red,
yes.
light, even number. 3, 3. He says the number is 3.
Okay, I pressed 3.
Oh, no. That's dumb. Oh, 4? 4. He says 4 now.
No?
I think I got it. No. Mamu, write 66. Write 66.
Right,
66.
66.
The light is fucking red. Holy fuck. The light is red. 54. It's an even number. The light is red. Even number.
What does that mean?
We're dead. This fucking piece of fucking shit. This garbage T. T, you are so fucking...
What did I do?
What did I miss, dude?
T, you have to solve the problem. You have to tell Mad Moon to put in a number for the equation. I'm not supposed to solve it. The person who's reading the manual is not the one who solves the problem.
Listen. When I was the blind guy, I mean the deaf guy, I was waiting for you to either tell me that was it or it was more. I was waiting for your indication.
No, T. The numbers that you read. So when I was the one reading the manual, you said 51 minus 20. You were supposed to tell Mad Moon, write down
Okay.
whatever the answer for that. Then it gives you
My
the
bad.
color of the light, and then you have to tell the person who's reading the manual if it's even or odd and what the color of the light is. That is now shown. I was
My
like,
bad.
wait a minute. Why don't I just put down the answer?
Do we understand it
God
now?
damn- Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Fucking shit.
Can you
God
like
damn
not
it.
get mad at me? Y'all know how I am.
Just ready up to you. Just ready
You
up.
guys know my mental capacity.
My mental
That's why we're playing this game. Dude, imagine this game with 3 T's. That'd be crazy.
Nothing's happening.
Motherfuckers all just looking at the gasoline, even the blind one.
Okay, there are 3 wires, T. It goes green, yellow, blue. The color of the light is green. Green, yellow, blue. The color of the light is green. Green, yellow, blue. Light color is green. Green, yellow, blue. Number two. Mad Moon. Okay, we're good. 56 plus 24 equals 80. 80. Mad Moon, 80. 80.
Chill, I gotta find the 8, bro.
God damn it. The light is yellow and it's an even number, T. The light is yellow and it's an even number. The light is yellow and it's an even number. For the love of fucking God. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Yellow, light, even number. T, come on.
Is your
What is happening? T, light color is yellow. The number is even. What is it telling you telling us to press?
Where's the disconnect here? What am I missing?
I am yelling into my microphone, guys. I'm yelling. GG's go next. Oh, straight up. Mamoon. This is going downhill real quick. Even number, T. Why are you putting the book? Click the next page. There are other pages, T. Oh my God, he's losing it, guys. He's losing it.
Oh, man.
Okay, we lose.
Oh, man.
There is 5 seconds left.
Oh, man.
How do I tell you it's 0? How do I tell you it's 0?
Dude, you gotta improvise, man.
I just see this man feel.
Oh, bro, it's like a whole minute and a half. I'm just waiting for like the next instructions.
Okay. By the way, Roxy. By the way, if it's the numbers one, it's that page. The last page is for switching lights.
I know, but I thought you couldn't find the thing. I thought you couldn't find it.
No, I was in the right page, but I don't know how to tell you 0.
I didn't know. That's why I was just like, look at the other page if you can't find it.
I'm just struggling. I tell you 0.
God damn it! The struggle was real.
God,
why did I think we could play this game, guys? This is just a demo too.
Okay, let's go. Another.
Jesus Christ, we have no communication skills.
We're stuck on level 3, guys.
Guys,
We're
I
not
think you're
stuck, we're
forgetting.
not
I'm not
stuck.
deaf. I don't know how to do.
I know. That's why I'm just talking, and I'm just like, God damn it.
Yeah, I realized that my fucking Roxy was yelling and my shit started peaking, bro.
We got 4 wires, T. The wires are yellow, red, green, blue. The light indicator is yellow. Move your fucking finger, Mamu. I can't see the light. God damn it.
Jesus.
Yellow, red, green, blue. Light indicator is yellow. Yellow, red, green, blue. Light color is yellow. Yellow, red, green,
Jesus
blue.
Christ,
Number
dude.
4. Number 4.
Okay,
We're good. Okay, 52 minus 21 equals 31. Type in 31, Mad Moon.
Jesus Christ, dude, this is insane. Where the fuck is the 1?
Okay, the light indicator is green, and it's an
Start
odd
yelling
number.
in my ears, bro.
2. Number 2, Mad Moon.
Where the fuck is the 2? Did we do it?
Okay.
Is there more? Oh,
Holy
okay, we did it. Yeah.
See,
I was like,
if
there's
it's
nothing
not a 0, I can.
God
Okay,
damn it.
so let's just assume when it's 0, I just shake my head. Let's just say that.
Nope,
I
nothing.
just shake my.
I got
head.
nothing for you. God damn it. Okay, level 4, guys. Let's switch it up now, because I feel
Okay.
like if I'm talking, y'all is better. So that's not a good thing. We need to. I'll be
Okay.
blind. I don't want to do work. I don't want to do any work. I'll be blind.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Mamu's deaf.
Okay.
Wait, no. Mamu, switch with T. He'll be
Okay.
deaf because he's already been the manual reader.
Okay.
There we
Okay.
go. Okay.
Oh.
Ready.
There you go.
Yes.
It's
Okay.
gonna be bad, by the way.
Alright, guys, I'm blind.
Okay.
Woohoo.
Okay.
Okay, so the wires are blue, red, and green. There are only 3, and the light is yellow.
Blue, red,
Blue,
green. Blue,
red,
red, green.
Light yellow. Number 2. Put
Number
the
two?
second wire.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
is 59 minus 20. Fuck. How did this thing open up?
Huh?
3. It's 36. I'm on 36. Why do I feel like you're gonna mess that up for some reason?
Okay. The
Okay,
color.
so
Pete,
the
look at-
light is blue.
Okay. That's even, right? There's a 1, right?
Okay, we might actually have this
One.
one, guys. 1.
Okay. Now what? Now what?
So for the next one, it's yellow. It's yellow.
Next one is what does that mean, bro? Just
Yellow? Isn't
this-
the direction number 7? If it's the direction one, number 7 is the number.
It's a yellow light.
Number
okay.
7, yellow. I think you're saying yellow light. Number 7 for the direction, up, down, left, right.
9.
What? Oh, am I clicking here?
Left, like left, bro.
It's done. 9 what?
The fucking
Oh,
code we made, bro.
Okay, right.
Right.
No, 9 is left, bro. 9 is
No,
left,
9
you
is
fucking
left, you-
idiot.
The
Oh.
number is 5 now. The number is now 5.
Okay, is it still yellow?
T, tell him what color. Oh, you.
Fucking 9 is a right, bro. What are you guys cooking, man? That's obviously left.
He said right. He said right. I just
Bro,
clicked it. That's
you
all I have
looked
to
at the
say.
right.
It's my
You looked
left.
You looked right.
It's my left.
Oh my god. Remember, 9 is left. It's just left. It's not it's just left, T. 9 is left. 3 is
Bro.
right. Okay?
I'll have too many instructions. My brain.
Oh my
This
god.
man goes and starts talking about the light color. I'm like, oh, are we doing the direction one? And I'm like, oh, okay. I have to tell him the number. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, I was
That's what-
assuming you already finished because you were
Bitch,
just there like,
do you think I can see shit? Do you think I can see?
I know, but then Matt wasn't saying anything else, and there was
Guys,
nothing else
you know what?
Okay,
You know what?
no.
This is the last level. This is the last level of the demo. Thank fucking god.
Are you sure we
Thank
don't need to
fucking
finish
God.
level 4 before level 5 unlocks?
Oh, maybe. Okay.
Are you sure that's not
Go,
the case?
go. Ready up.
Okay, we got this. I believe in us.
Okay, so
Hi,
the wires,
guys.
there's only 3 wires, is
Okay.
green, red, yellow.
Mm-hmm.
The light is yellow.
Okay, so the
Green,
green,
red,
red,
yellow,
yellow.
Light yellow.
Okay, so we did number 2.
Number 2 wire. That's the second wire.
Okay.
Okay. So is 55 plus 2. 57.
57.
Okay.
Okay, so the light is yellow.
That is yellow and it's odd, so that's 7.
God damn.
7.
Okay.
The number's 3 on the direction one.
Okay. What's the color?
The light is green. For the
The number's
directional one
3.
is green.
Okay.
Number 3 is the number. The light is green.
3.
Yeah.
Now I'm confused. It's right. Now I'm confused which one we're doing.
Okay.
Okay.
Hit. The
The
number is
light's blue
5.
now.
The number is 5.
5 and it's blue. Okay.
Light is blue. Number is 5.
We go up.
Up up.
Okay. Okay.
The number
Okay,
is
the light's
4.
green now.
Green.
Light is green. Number is 4.
4. Okay. Now we go to the left.
Left.
Okay. Okay.
The
And the
light's
number
red
is
now.
7. Light is red. Number is 7.
Okay. We go right.
Right.
Oh my god, we finished.
We did it.
Holy god.
Look at us
God damn,
go.
guys. We did it. We did it. Oh god damn it, we have to solve the fucking level before. God
They're
damn
gonna keep
it.
on. Roxy, they're gonna keep unlocking.
Oh my
Every-
god. Okay,
each
let's
time we
switch up.
solve
I'll be mute this time.
Yeah,
I'll
that
be
was all
mute.
3 modules at the same time, so
I'll be mute. P, you
That's
can't.
gonna be
Oh no,
harder.
Mamoon stuff. Okay, good.
Oh my god, let's go.
Oh lord.
I don't know what they're gonna cook
So
for this
3
one
is
because we already did
right.
all 3 of them at the same time. So, is there a 4th one? We got 3 wires. The color is blue, and then the wires go blue, green, yellow. Light is blue. 3 wires, blue, green, yellow. Yo, cut the second wire. Okay. The direction of pad 1, the light is blue. Up. The light is green. Right. Color is blue. Left. Color is yellow. Up. Okay, now there's 3 like switches with 3 lights and 3 numbers underneath them. The lights go in the order of red, green, blue, yellow. There's 10 seconds left, by the way.
Oh, okay. Sorry, no. I'm trying to understand that last page. It's like fucking hard.
Yeah, I
I
think
didn't
it's
realize
like.
toggle
I
the
think it's
switches on and
depending on
off.
the numbers, the times I have to switch the switches. I think something like that.
Yeah. No, because I need to know the order of the lights.
Yeah.
Then
He
I
already
need to
told you.
know. Yeah, I know. Then I need to know if it's odd or even.
So
And then
that's
it's like, it's really it's
You
a
mean like the
lot.
numbers are odd or even, or the
It's
lights?
each light will be no, each light gets a different like order. So red will have is it odd or even? And then the next one is like, okay, what's the number order and all this stuff, right? And then the next light was, oh my god, it was
Huh?
okay. We'll try again.
Yeah, so like red. So if red had 7, and you had to know what if the number 7 was odd or even. Is that it?
Yeah, so I need to know like
Okay.
is red odd
So
or
okay,
even?
so
And then the next
so
one
we
was
go
like
so we
if
go
this
per switch basically. We go.
you
Let's
yeah, we'll
say
have to
yeah.
so
Okay.
no, you have to actually read out the orders first because there's each one has a different set of solutions. And then I need to go per one of the order. It's really dumb.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah. So just tell me the order first and then you'll have to tell me which one is under each.
Okay. Do you want to start with that one? I guess not, right? 4 wires. Or the light is red. It goes red, yellow, blue, green. Cut the last wire. Okay. The light is green on the omnidirectional one. Go up. The light's red. Go up. The light's blue. Go left. The light's red. Go up. Okay, the light order is green, blue, yellow, red. Up on green? Oh no. Okay, yeah, up on green. Go up on the first one. Okay. Second one's blue. You want me to repeat? Up again? Okay. So, do you want me to go up again? No? Okay. No? I'm confused. It's yellow, by the way. The light's yellow. I don't know what you want me to repeat. What did you want me to repeat?
Dude, you know what the yellow one was like? Is yellow more than red or less than red? I needed to know what the number for the next light was.
Oh.
Bruh.
How am I supposed to communicate that to him?
I would not be able to communicate that because I needed to know if the number for yellow was more than the number for yellow for red or less than the number for red. And red was the next one.
I can just constantly repeat the numbers if you want. Just constantly repeat.
It can't be constant because because I'm trying to communicate with Mad Moon and all that stuff and like tell him like I just need to do everything individually. I need to know what the colors are first off, and then I can figure out which order, which like solution pattern we're going through. Then I need to do every number individually. I think the second last one is always like, is the number for this one more or less than the next light number? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you got it.
Oh my god. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. You guys are like, what the fuck is she saying? I need to know. Oh my god. I don't know how to explain
Do you want to start with that one, or do you want to end with that
We
one?
can start with that one, I guess, because everything else is like pretty straightforward for us. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna start with that one. It goes green, blue, yellow, red. Down? It's already down. You need the colors again? I don't know what you want me to do. Green, blue, yellow, red. Repeat the numbers. Up on the second one. Four? What the fuck do you mean four, bro? Three? Up on the third one. The fourth one. 4. You can't just keep saying 4. Up on the last one. Press enter, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, press enter. You press it? Okay. So we did solve that one. Unfortunately, we only have like 15 seconds left for the rest of them, so it's not happening.
God damn it.
At least we figured it out. It just took us a whole 2 minutes to do.
Again, for the third light, I need to know the number for that one and the next one because I need to know if it's smaller or bigger than the next number. That's how you figure it out.
We almost got it. We almost got it.
That's why I kept saying, what's the number for 4? What's the number for 3? At least T understood. T understood. Every time he said it, T was like, oh, this one? Goddamn, okay. We got this. We got this, guys. We got this. We got this. We got this. I believe in us.
I believe. Okay. Let's start with the wires real quick. Let's just get this out of the way. 4 wires. The light is blue. It goes blue, red, green, yellow. Put the last wire. Okay. Omnidirectional. The light is yellow. Go up. The light is red. Go right. The light is green. Go right. The light is yellow. Go left. Okay. The yellow, the light colors is red, green, blue, yellow. Up on the first one. Repeat the numbers. Down on the second one. It's already down. Okay. Down on the third one. It's already down. Down. Press enter. Press enter. Press enter. Press enter. Press enter. Down.
You guys keep saying, "Oh, they're down automatically." I'm like, I know. I need you to move on to the next one. I have to tell you it's down, and so we can move on to the next one.
Every
I know,
single
I'm-
one is down.
I'm just letting letting it be known that it's down.
Like,
already.
I
Like-
know. But like me saying it's down means that okay, this is good. If it's down, we can move on to the next one because you guys aren't gonna go to the next one unless okay. I guess I could do the number and then which one, right? Oh, okay. I guess I can do that.
It's
Anyways,
fine.
well, we still didn't do the omnidirectional one though.
we did it.
No,
Yeah.
wait, no,
Yeah.
we didn't. We did the other. We didn't do the other one.
We did both of them. That was the
equation.
last one.
Yeah,
If you press enter, we would have won.
Yeah, that was the last one.
Oh, that was the last one. Oh, it's just
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay, then. Oh, sorry.
There's no
my
there's no
apologies. I thought it was
calculator
all
one.
four.
There's no calculator one.
Ah, I thought it was all 4 of them. Okay. Okay.
We were close,
Ready
we
up,
were
guys.
close.
We
Nah, it
got
looks like
this.
the
We
fifth
got this.
level is just the switch one.
Okay. 4 wires. The color of the light is blue. The order is red, yellow, green, blue. Cut the second wire. Okay. The light is yellow on the omnidirectional one. Go down. The light is green. Go up. Light is yellow. Go right. Light is blue. Go right. Okay, the light color is green, blue. Can you move your head? Green, blue, yellow, red. Up on the first one. Down on the second one. Down on the third one. Up on the last one. Up on the last one. Enter. Do we do it?
Let's
Let's go. Look at us.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Is that the
God
last
damn it,
one?
it's a level 6.
It's a
There's a
level
level
six.
fucking 6.
Oh,
There's
they're
a level
gonna
six.
make us do all 4 at the same time now, huh?
They're doing
Yeah.
we're doing it all. We're doing it all.
You want to finish the demo, or do you want to move to other?
We're
to other
moving. No,
demos
we're
first?
gonna keep going. We're doing this until it's done.
We're committed now. Okay.
I mean, just asking because I don't think you're gonna have time to do every single demo. Just saying.
I
mean-
don't. Well, then we'll do it tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow's Saturday. Y'all ain't doing shit.
Yeah, I don't know about every single demo, but we'll get to like 1, 2, depending on. Also, this game is like Loki cooking us. It was. It takes us like three tries to at least like make some progress.
So
Okay,
can
okay.
you just admire the fact that all I can do is take instructions.
That man
Like,
get. I mean, no,
Nah, some-
Mamoon, get off deaf. I'm deaf.
No, I'm
You
cool with this.
I
I'm
mean,
cool
if you're
with
blind, you still gotta read
no,
the
you
you still
gotta-
gotta read the numbers though when you're blind.
What if you have to do the
Yeah.
manual?
I'm cool with
Okay, okay,
this.
okay.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
cool with this.
Okay.
It's been a minute since we've been
I'm cool
here.
following
Whoa.
instructions.
Okay, there's 2 calculators. Then there's the 4. There's the switch. Let's do the calculator ones first. Okay. So
Okay.
51 minus 4 equals
Wait,
no,
Which
47.
one?
47.
Which one?
47T for the no that one. Yeah, that one. Yes. No, the other one. That one. 47. Why the fuck do you keep moving? 47T.
No, it's the wrong one.
47. Why'd you put 9? Oh my god.
My things are messed up.
Oh god, we're so cooked. 47. 47.
Are we for real right now?
What the fuck? I can't-
What the fuck is happening?
Oh my god. Okay, the color is blue. Man Moon, the color is blue.
Oh, what the fuck?
And it's an odd number. It's 47. The color is blue. This is
Fucking
the calculator one.
the fucking
It's
zero,
the
bro. What
calculator
did we say
one.
for zero?
No,
Zero.
0. The number is 0.
Okay.
0. No, the other one, T. Damn.
What do you mean the other one?
Oh my god, bro. There's 2 calculators. It's fucking cooking.
What the fuck? Okay.
Did we do
Can't
it?
do this.
I can't. Did we do it?
59 minus 18.
59 minus 18. What is that?
Which
41?
one is it?
41, bro.
Oh, then tell me which one it is.
41.
T, the other one is 41.
How did we die? How did we die?
Dude, listen, Roxy, you can't just keep telling me numbers are random when there's 2 of them. You gotta tell me, are we still in the same one?
Jesus
T,
Christ.
I said stop. I said stop, and you put your hand on it. Then you would move to the other one.
Listen,
And
I
I'm
think
like,
you're
what the
forgetting that this game is freaking delayed. I hear you.
Yo, what happened? Whatever happened to like left and right directions, guys?
I can't.
I know, right?
What happened to fucking
No,
north, east, south, and west, bro?
No, you can't even say shit. I told T the number. I said, oh, 47. This man puts 9.
Listen. Okay, I
You
go on
put
top of the 4
9. And
one.
then, no, stop. You put 9 into the right, the one I said 47. That's where we got our first sex, okay?
You think I don't know? Listen, you think I don't know? I'm going through the keys.
Okay, I get
I was
that.
going to hit the 4th one, and I moved.
There's no way. It shouldn't be that hard.
No. The worst part is I tell T zero's the answer. He moves to the one over, not the one he was doing the first time. He moves to the one on the fucking right to put 0 in. I'm like, what the fuck? That's not the one we were. Anyways, moving on.
Can we? Okay. You know what? We were doing good. Me when I'm lying.
Oh my god.
Okay. You know what? We got this.
Oh my god. Oh. Okay. So okay.
Lock in.
Go to the top calculation one. The one at the top. Nope, the one at the top for the calculator. Yes. 55 plus 17. 60, 72? 72. I believe it equals 72. 72. Okay, the light is green and it's even, Mad Moon. The light is green and it's the answer 72. Number 9. Press number 9, T.
Okay.
Okay, that one's done. Now move to the one at the bottom, T. It's another calculator one. Okay, 54 minus 17 equals 44. Then minus 3, so 37. I believe this should be the answer.
Big math.
37. The light is blue and it's odd.
The light is blue and it's odd.
Nope, 0. 0. Write the number 0, T.
Okay.
Okay, that is done. T, move to your left. It's omnidirectional. We're going to do the omnidirectional.
Okay, we do
one.
omnidirectional.
The light is blue
Light is
for the
blue.
omnidirectional one.
That's 4.
You're going to have to tell them the number. I don't.
Blue 4, we go to the right.
Okay, right. Right? Okay, the light is green.
Okay.
The number's 3.
The number is 3. We go once again to the right.
Right again.
Okay.
The light is yellow.
Light is yellow.
Number 6.
Number 6. Yeah, would you believe it if I told you we were going to the right again?
Right again.
WRNG.
How many fucking rights? The light is blue.
4.
The light is blue. The number is 4. Would you believe me if I told you we're going to the
Right
right
again.
a 4th
What the fuck?
time? We are going to
Okay,
the
that one's
right.
done. Move to the top. Okay, it's the light switch. With the lights and all stuff and the switches.
Okay.
So the lights order goes green, blue,
Okay.
yellow, red.
Okay.
The numbers are
Green,
8,
blue,
1.
yellow, red.
The numbers are 8, 1, 6, 3.
Okay.
8, 1, 6, 3.
8. There you go.
Up for the first one, T. Up. Okay.
8, 1.
So blue. The light is blue for this one.
Okay. We go up again.
Oh,
We
we
done?
ran out of time.
We ran out of time?
Ran out of time.
Damn.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes. That's all we have. We actually had a flow there. We were doing well.
Damn, that's quick.
Doing
That's
well.
quick.
Yeah, we only have 2.5 minutes. Hi, Golden Monkey.
I think-
Hello.
I think we got a little bit delayed in the calculation part.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, we can do it. We can do it. I believe in us.
Okay. Sorry. Try to calculate faster, guys. I'm doing this all in my head. You good
Okay.
in yourself? I'm okay. Golden
Lock in.
Monkey.
Okay,
Okay, the top calculator, T. We're going to do the top calculator. 59 minus 27. 32. 32.
It's an even number.
Okay, the light is yellow, Mad Moon. The light is yellow and it's even. 0. The answer is 0.
Okay.
Okay, good. Now to the calculation at the bottom, T, below it. 59 minus 30 equals 29.
29. That's odd. Huh?
Nope, you wrote it wrong. 29, T. 29.
Bro.
What?
What? No way. Not like this.
59. Oh, it's 59 plus 30. I'm reading it wrong. Oh, that's on me. I'm
89,
sorry.
89, 89.
89 is the
89.
answer.
Oh,
89
fuck.
is
Dude,
the
you're
answer.
selling, you're selling, you're selling.
That's on me. The light is green. The light is green. And it's odd number? 89's odd? 2. 89's odd, right?
Jesus Christ, Roxy.
Did you say 2?
Yes.
2. 2. The answer is 2.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's good. Omnidirectional.
Oh, fuck.
Omnidirectional one. The light is yellow.
Okay.
Number 6.
Light is yellow, number 6. Are we going to the right?
Right. Right, T. The light is blue.
Is blue.
Number's 5.
Number's 5. We're going up. Oh fuck. We're going up.
Up, T. The light is green.
Light is green.
Number's 9.
Number's 9. We're going. Oh fuck. We're going down.
Down. The light is blue.
Light is blue.
Number 1.
Number 1. We're going to the right.
Right. We got 30 seconds, guys.
Oh
Okay.
fuck.
The light switches one is green, blue,
Okay.
yellow,
What's
red.
the numbers? What's the numbers?
Numbers are 8, 7, 4, 1.
Up.
Up for the first one.
Okay. Up for the second one.
Up for the next one. Second one.
Need to repeat
So it's
the
yellow,
numbers.
red is
Repeat
that
the
one.
numbers.
So you want repeat the numbers, T, for both of them. I think
7, 4,
the
1.
last two. The last two.
4, 1. 4, 1.
4, 1. Okay. Fuck. Down.
Ran out of time.
No. Fuck.
You ran out of time, guys. I'm sorry.
That's close. It
I'm
was
sorry.
close.
I fucked this
Yeah.
up on the first one. I'm sorry. I misread it.
I love how she was screaming at me.
I know. You're just screaming 29. I'm like, yo, something's not right here.
Oh my god, that's on me. I didn't read. I thought it was minus. It was plus. My apologies. I misread.
Like, being mean to me is crazy when
Lock
that's
What do
crazy.
you mean? You know, I'm not taking your shit, T.
it,
I'm not
lock it,
taking
lock
your
it, lock it,
shit. I'd rather
dude.
be deaf.
You're
Lock
screaming
in.
at
Anyways,
me.
the
You're
top
screaming
calculation
at
one,
me.
T. The top one, 60
being
plus
abused here.
31 equals 91.
91. Okay, that's odd.
The light is yellow, and it's an odd number.
Oh, 7, bro.
7. T, 7.
Okay.
Okay, now the bottom calculator one. Okay,
Fucking
57
speeding through these
plus
math
6
problems.
equals 63. Okay, the light is red. And it's an even, it's a odd number? Odd
3,
number?
3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3,
Right.
3. Right, 3, bro.
I mean 3.
What the fuck?
Okay, omnidirectional one. We're good to go. Omnidirectional.
Okay.
So the light is red for that
Light
one.
is red.
Numbers 4.
Numbers 4. Go up.
Up. The light is yellow for that one.
Yellow.
Number 7.
Number 7. Left.
Left. The light is red.
Light is red.
Number 3.
Number 3. Left again.
Left. The light is yellow.
Light is yellow.
Number 5.
Number 5. We go up.
Up.
Okay, next one, last one. Fuck.
Okay. Now the light sequence. We got a whole minute. Green, blue,
Okay.
yellow, red.
What's the numbers?
Numbers are 2, 1, 7, 3.
Down.
Down is the first one.
And up.
Up is the second one.
I need you to repeat the
Last
numbers.
2 numbers are
You
7,
want me to
3.
repeat the numbers, I assume?
7, 3.
2, 1, 7, 3.
Up for the third one.
And down.
Down for the last one. Press enter.
Let's go.
Oh, we did it.
Let's go.
Holy crap. We did it.
Holy.
Goddamn, we did it.
They didn't
we
believe
did
in
it.
us.
That's crazy. There's a level 7.
Dude, how many more levels are there? Fuck.
I have a feeling there's 10 levels for the demo. What the heck would be this level 7? I'm actually.
I think they're just gonna give us more shit to deal with.
Hooray, everyone!
I mean, yeah, low-key, we're like locked in now, I think.
Yeah, I think we got it. I think we got the flow. Okay, can I be blind this time, T? You know, so I don't have to yell at you.
I'm gonna be yelled at either ways.
You just can't hear it.
Yeah, so this is a good thing. You can't hear it now.
Okay.
It's
This
so
is gonna
good to be
be
blind.
Bad.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so the only calculator one. It's on the top right
Yep.
side. Okay, so the numbers are 58 minus 11.
58 minus 11.
8
Oh
minus
shit, I
11.
pressed the wrong key.
58 minus 11.
47.
47.
We forgot about it for a second there. Okay, the light now is yellow.
Okay. 7?
7.
That's odd, right? Okay. What's
Okay,
next?
so the omnidirectional one, the light is yellow.
Okay.
The number is 2.
Okay, so you go to the left.
9, so left. The light is now red.
Okay.
The number is 1.
Okay, we go up.
Up. Up. Light's now green.
The number is 4.
Okay, we go. Oh, this way. Left.
Left. Light's now blue.
Blue.
The number is 9.
Number's 9. We go left again.
Left.
Okay.
Okay. So the down one. Okay, so the bottom one, switch one is red, yellow, blue, green.
Okay.
The numbers are
Red,
1.
yellow, blue, green.
Numbers are 1, 7, 3, 8.
Okay, so down 1.
Down on the first one. Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
7 is the next one.
Up.
Up on the second one.
3 and 8 are the
Okay.
last two.
The two
Down.
are blue and green. Down on the third one.
What's the
And
last
then
one?
8 for the
Last
last
one.
one.
Down on the last one.
Down as well. Hit enter. Okay, now it's green, blue, yellow, red.
Green.
Numbers
blue,
are
yellow,
3, 4, 9, 6.
red. Okay, down.
Down the first one.
I can repeat the numbers real quick for me.
Say it again.
3, 4, 9, 6.
4.
4
Down
is the second
again.
one.
Down on the second one.
9, 6.
9 and 6 are the last one.
So up on this one.
Down, up on the third one.
Fuck.
Yeah.
We're close. We're close.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was very close. Yep. That was very close.
Damn.
That was really close. Really good.
Also, my bad for like hitting a. I have one of my mouse buttons on the side. Press for another thing, and every time I press it, I put something up.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. All
Damn.
right, let's do this. Let's do this, guys. We got this. We got this. We were so close to finishing on the first try too.
I know.
That sucks.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so let's do the calculator one first.
Okay, calculator.
82.
Did you say 82?
82. Okay, so light is blue.
Light is blue. It's a 82. It's a 1.
1.
Okay.
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 So the omnidirectional one, the light is blue.
Light is blue.
Numbers 3.
Numbers 3 go up.
Up. Okay, light is green.
Light is green.
Number 7.
Number 7 go up.
Up. Red.
Numbers 1.
Oh, would you believe we going up again?
Up. Green again.
Green
Number
again.
7.
Number 7. Yo, we going up.
Up. Okay, so
Okay.
is red, green, blue,
Okay.
yellow. The switch one.
Okay. Numbers.
Numbers are 9, 8, 6, 4.
Up.
Up on the first one.
9.
8, 6, 4.
8.
Down the second one.
6, 4.
Up on the third one.
Up on the third one.
4.
8, 4. 4 is the last one.
What's the first one?
Say it again.
9, 8, 6, 4.
Okay, it's lower than the third one.
Down on the third one. Hit enter.
No, down on the fourth. Okay, yeah, whatever.
Okay, so the other one is green, blue, yellow, red.
Okay.
Numbers are 4,
Green,
3,
blue, yellow, red.
9, 6. 4, 3,
4.
9, 6.
Down the first one.
3.
3 is this one. Is the third.
Up on
is
the second one.
3.
9,
9,
6.
6. Up again.
Up on the third one.
And then 6 is the last one.
Up again.
Up on the fourth one.
Oh,
Let's
we did it.
go.
We did it.
Let's
Went at a
go.
great pace. Y'all are good at communication.
Yeah, we.
The downward is. Golden Monkey, you missed a lot. You missed a lot.
You missed the trials and tribulations. I think
Okay.
we blew up a lot.
That was the last one, guys. Okay, there's no more.
Okay, okay. I think we did good. We locked in at the end. We figured out a rhythm.
Also,
Yeah, yeah.
wait. Before we finish, Roxy, how were you not able to press 82 for like a couple seconds?
I didn't hear.
He didn't hear. She didn't hear you the first time.
Yeah, you didn't like it. It said the 8 did not come out fully. I just heard the 2, and I didn't want to press it and accidentally get an X. So I waited for you to repeat it. that's.
Oh. Oops. Undeaf myself.
Goddamn, guys. Goddamn. Holy crap. We actually.
We did good. We did good.
Yeah, we did all right in that one, I guess. Yeah, that one was okay.
All right, what's next?
It took us an hour, almost 2 hours.
No, it took us like an hour and a half.
No, it didn't actually take
I was
us
playing
an hour and a half,
Rivals like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah. Okay, that one's now done and over with. Thank God. Okay, I could uninstall that one. Goodbye. Do you guys want to do Masters of Mayhem, Bedroom, Brawls?
Yeah, what kind of game is
Did I
that?
send you guys Zozo and the Lost? Wait, was that the one? I sent you guys another one, did I not?
I don't know.
Trash Day. Oh my God, you guys
Oh,
want to play Trash Day?
Trash Day? Sure.
Wait, T, you have that one downloaded, right?
He's muted on Discord still. I don't know if he knows that.
T, do you know you're muted on Discord?
T. I don't know if he knows.
T.
I don't know if he knows.
Goddamn. He knows.
I know. I was doing something.
No.
Okay. Okay.
I'm already in the game.
Okay. Trash Day.
Trash Day? Okay.
So we're collecting trash, guys.
That's it? Really?
No,
You're kidding. You're joking.
We're collecting
We're collecting
trash?
trash. You're telling me I'm doing community service, like even doing anything.
Oh, hold on.
This is like a game for like first offenders.
First offender to practice, bro, is crazy. When they don't even trust you to do it in real life, they gotta fucking like make you do it in a video game first.
Yeah.
How do
You know what's crazy? For me to graduate school, I was supposed to like do like I think it was 40 hours or like green and like 40 hours community service. I just paid for the community service.
Oh yeah, we have to do that too.
Like,
40 hours of volunteering.
Yeah, like
Oh,
I
damn, you
gave
paid for
money
it?
to like my teacher. I bought stuff and just give it to her. That's it. That was
What
my.
I mean,
That was
yeah,
my stuff.
I definitely forged my first 40 hours, but then after that, I'm like, yo, let me just do some bullshit and call it out.
Yo, I wasn't
volunteering.
gonna do all that. Like that's so dumb in my opinion.
I mean,
But
yeah,
I think
fair enough.
I think I had to do less, considering the fact I was during the pandemic, so maybe I had to do less.
Yo, why am I red? Oh shit, yo, this is fire. Yo, it looks sick. Hold on.
So where?
I gotta move my
Okay, so
camera.
okay, so the car is where this is like repo more or less, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Is this
Oh,
like a tutorial?
Hydration check, guys.
They got adrenaline?
Golden Monkey calling
Yo.
y'all thirsty ass
Yo, wait,
bitches.
what?
Yo,
I can revive a friend. What is this fucking Marvel Rivals? The rocket can amplify.
Wait, what the
Got the
fuck?
beacon. Got the revive beacon.
Dude, raccoons on drugs, crazy.
E, we can attack things? E is
Yeah.
attack. Guys, look. We can attack shit.
Yeah, this is already more more than fucking repo, bro. I can attack.
Oh my God.
All right, how do you start the level? Oh, oh, what the fuck?
That's a good question.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, we're supposed to take the
These where we
thing.
already started.
I'm pulling the cart. I'm pulling the cart.
Guys, over here. We're supposed to go over here.
I'm on cart duty. Hold on. Is that a flamingo?
Wait, there's
Yes.
there's something in here. Wait, give me a minute.
Oh, we have $7,
Is there
bro.
trash? There's trash?
Yeah, we gotta pick everything
Guys,
up.
guys.
I'm coming back.
Oh
Hold
no,
on.
we can't
Hold
pick
on.
it up. We can't pick it up. We can't pick this
Oh no,
trash
no,
up.
we can't. Sadly, we cannot.
Oh,
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I picked cotton candy. What do you mean? Yes, we
I
can.
didn't-
bro, you guys are
oh, I
making me do
didn't- I
freaking U-turns for no reason, bro. Can we pick it up or not?
Oh, I can pick
Yes,
up the
yes, we
donut.
can.
Oh, I can pick up. I guess some of the stuff disappeared. I picked up a donut, guys.
I can't drop it
Oh,
though.
wait,
Okay.
we can eat it. We can eat
Okay,
this
okay,
stuff.
no.
Yes, you can. You can drop it. Guys, you
Yeah,
can
no,
eat
it
some of
wasn't
this
letting me
shit.
drop it.
Wait, why are you dropping the adrenaline? I want the adrenaline.
It's for reviving,
Wait,
bro.
the cotton candy's rolling down the hill.
Wait, no. Wait, what the fuck? Mabu, what the fuck?
What? What did you say? What the fuck to?
Oh, you stopped carrying it.
Okay, what's that? Wait, can we like not place candy? Like, can we like not place certain items in the?
No, I think the tree will is just gonna...
Are you
Nah, it
pulling
looks
it?
like
Pick
they
it up.
fall down.
Are you
Yeah,
pulling-
It looks like they fall.
Wait, chill,
I
chill,
think
chill,
so.
chill, 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 chill.
I can't. It's downhill, my dude. I'm just going.
Why is the donut on the side? Oh, it's. Oh, you hang it up on the side for foods and stuff.
Oh yeah, we can hang it up on the side. Wait, T. bring the
Impact
cotton
wrench.
candy. We can hang it
What
on
the hell do I do with the
side.
impact
Wait, 'cause
wrench?
Wait, cause the adrenaline thing fell down, so I
Oh, okay.
gotta go back and get it.
Oh, you left it there?
I
Oh
can't
shit.
get a-
No,
Guys,
it fell down. Like there's certain things we can't like put in the thing. I'm assuming we got.
Or
we
it'll
gotta
just
hang it
fall
on the
down.
side.
It'll just fall down.
Can't you put it on the side?
Yeah, we gotta put it on the side, not like on the.
The fuck did you drop it? Oh,
Guys,
I
what
didn't
the
drop
fudge?
it. You dropped it as you moved the card.
tomato, tomato.
Okay, it's already attached.
Tomato,
It's fine.
tomato.
Roxy
trying to-
pulling the wax.
I'm
we
trying
mo-
to pull it. It's getting. Oh,
And more than one of us pull it at the same time.
It's getting heavy. Where are you guys going?
not heavy. Is it heavy? I don't even know.
I'm so
The
confused
wheels
on
are
what I'm
fucked.
supposed to do here. Okay. How do you know if your health is low though? So I can just stand up and do.
Oh, yo, whose phone is ringing, bro? What the fuck?
Phone. Wait, what? There's a phone?
Maybe.
Oh,
there's
someone's
a-
phone is here, bro. We gotta climb the tree. Can we climb? What the fuck do you climb? Oh, that's what you climb. Is that climbing? That's not climbing. Wait, what the fuck?
I got up to the third one. I can't get the last one.
I got it. I got it. What do you mean I can use the
Nice.
cell phone? Hold on.
Wait, what? Who are you calling?
Hey,
Oh my
yo.
god. Hey,
don't
yo, I
know.
can hear this.
आपके पास पर्याप्त
Oh wait, we
बैलेंस
can talk through
नहीं है।
game.
बार-बार रिचार्ज करने और
Huh?
Who the fuck?
What the fuck? Oh, you're going to
Pause.
bed? Night, night, Rebel.
Bro, that phone was only worth $5?
Oh. We
Okay, I have a tennis ball here.
Night, night, Rebel.
Can you put it in
Hey,
there?
yo,
I can
Golden
throw
Monkey,
you
you're the
guys.
one calling them thirsty ass bitches, not me, you know? Oh, what? What?
Did you just throw the tennis
Hey.
ball? Oh shit.
You threw at me.
Yeah, I can throw things. You can throw things. I have a fan. I can throw a fan at you guys. Here.
Yo, what's in this trash can?
Oh, I almost got it in, guys. Only
Good
did
crack.
Kobe.
Wagon panel, so we can like we can like build the wagon and stuff like that.
What do you mean,
Oh,
bro?
that was
Wait.
$1. That was a whole ass dollar, guys.
Okay, does this like bring any value?
That was also a whole
Wagon-
ass dollar.
So I can attach a wagon panel to the wagon apparently.
Is that like
Nice. We
armor?
can also
On the
upgrade the
side.
wheels at some point, I think.
Extend length, hold.
Guys, I got
drop.
more cotton candy.
fuck?
Cotton candy. I'm actually jealous that Mamoon got the red panda.
It's a real panda.
Well, I like being a raccoon. I'm okay with being a raccoon, guys. Squirtle! I don't know why I said Squirtle. Okay, moving on with my life.
Wordle.
Guys, look, I'm rolling it
Wait,
down.
but I'm confused. What exactly are we doing?
We're just collecting trash.
That's a
to
great
collect
question.
money.
I mean, hold on. There's stuff. There's a building here. There's a building here. There's a building here. We're about to.
Like
We're about.
fight people.
We're about to go into.
Oh,
We're about to go into
they're
these people's house,
dogs,
bro.
they're
We're
dogs,
we're
they're
about to
also
go into
dogs,
this
they're
house, bro. We're going into this house right now, bro.
Okay, wait, give me a minute. Where's the house? Where's the house?
To the right.
Be careful,
Yeah, I
there might
see
be a
it.
dog.
Let me leave the wagon here. Let me leave the wagon here. Like safely. Oh,
Why do I have a
okay.
feeling there's a dog here?
What the dog doing?
Okay.
I'm s-
Okay, it's
What the
here. It's
dog
there
doing?
safely. In case we can just run towards this and. I'm
Is
assuming
that a
we can,
baseball
like,
bat? Oh shit.
Yeah.
why is there thorns like behind this house?
There's a
Do we have
chicken, too.
flamethrowers? Can we like use flamethrowers? Stove got cooks.
That's my
Wait,
name, bro.
what?
That's my
Oh,
name.
that's your
Bro.
name. I was confused. I was confused. What the hell?
I am in the
Rubber
stove.
chicken.
I am at the stove though. I got a frying pan.
I
Oh,
got
rubber
the
chicken.
baseball bat, guys. I'm taking the baseball bat with us.
Is that a weapon?
Quite like it.
You attack with that?
Guys, no!
Wait, don't move the
No!
card.
Stop
Don't move the
moving!
card.
I got on it! It started moving!
You're a fat ass. Oh my god.
Damn, Roxy.
God damn! What the fuck? Oh fuck.
Well, there's
Oh,
a
it
microwave.
moved.
Just,
Guys,
like,
it
carry the
moved. It
microwave.
it fell.
Our
God
cart?
damn.
Oh no, there's a fence. Okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's a fence.
There's a microwave?
Oh,
what
I
the
can't
fuck?
put
Oh,
the
what the fuck? You took the microwave.
I mean,
What
hey,
is
we
that?
need money, don't we?
What is that?
Apparently, we're human enough that we need money. Toss it.
This one makes sense to you
Now we
guys?
have 20 bucks. Dude,
Oh,
20
there's
bucks?
utensils.
Only
Guys!
20
Oh
bucks.
my god!
What are you doing?
What?
No, I found something.
Why is she like, who screams like that for no reason?
Come here, T. Come here.
Wait, I found a
Oh, wait,
flashlight.
can I? Wait. T. Oh, look at this.
Yo, what the
Look at
fuck?
this. Look what I have in my mouth. Look at
What's in here?
Yeah, fight me, bitches. Fight me.
You don't even attack with it.
I can't. I can only use our.
I mean, we can't
Yeah.
damage each other, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Also,
We don't even have a health.
That'd be really funny if we
are
could.
like our wheels getting cooked right now? What is happening?
Yes, they are. We have to.
Yeah, so we have to replace them. We have to replace the wheels.
That's why we need the
like,
money, you know?
eventually. Like right now, basically, like the moment.
Oh, wait,
We're
guys, we
having
have new wheels right here.
Yo, there's a wagon panel
Yeah, I
right
know.
here. Hold on. Fresh wagon
Yeah,
panel.
I put just a wagon panel over here as well, just in
Oh,
case.
nice. Okay. Yeah, we can replace the wheels.
Okay, it looks like we do have to.
God,
place
why
the
won't the
wagon panel
baseball
there.
bat stay in?
Maybe because it's not supposed to go in.
Can you attach it to the side or something?
I'm
It
pretty sure you're
rolls
supposed
in.
to attach it, most likely. I mean, I'm not sure.
Yo, there's an alarm clock in here? Holy.
Wait,
Okay, I
did someone take
deposited a
the-
flashlight.
Alright, let's see.
Guys, I need help taking this stuff out of this house.
Here, I'm just gonna see if I can attach this to the side.
Can I go underneath the house? Oh, what the
it
fuck? There's another alarm clock here.
Whoa, the wheels
Like,
are
the heavier
real
the-
fucked, guys.
So the heavier the car gets, the more like the wheels are gonna.
Yeah,
like,
the
the-
wheels
Yeah,
are
we got
mad
extra. We
fucked.
got some extra wheels though. I think we'll be fine. for
We
a
have
bit.
only 2 extra wheels though. Guys, I found a fire extinguisher.
Nice.
Are you gonna find something?
You trying to cause some fires?
I have a cow.
Tempting. You see, that's very tempting. You know, to like burn everything down. If I put this in, I think the wheels are gonna just smash. I'm just gonna put this outside the cart right now. I think it's too heavy.
I mean, you can replace the wheels.
But we only have 2, like,
I
and we need like 4.
How do we buy things here, though?
That's a great question.
Oh,
Here, let me hit you with something real
Yeah,
quick.
have an alarm clock.
guys, come emote with me. Come emote with me. Look at emote with me.
We're actually doing everything except the game.
What's new, bro?
Emote, look at me. Guys, come on, come emote with me.
Just doing the flaws. We're actually doing the flaws in 2026.
Woo!
Roxy doing the floss in 2026, dude. That's crazy.
Crazy.
Oh,
Somebody clip this.
Joey.
Somebody clip this. Roxy doing the floss 2026.
Unk
Cringe moment
status.
from Steven.
Oh, hi Ruby. Hello,
Tyler,
hello.
Roxy
Hashtag
cringe
cringe moment from
compilation,
Steven.
bro.
God damn. Oh my god. Golden Monkey got auto-modded and no one knows. Oh my god. Hi Ruby. Hello, hello. What kind of goofy ass game you played?
Did we I think
we're
I think we
collecting
cleaned
trash.
I think we cleared this house,
Wait,
right?
no. Wait.
Yeah, I think there's
No,
nothing
bad
else there.
mood. Someone come do it. Leave with
I'm pretty sure there's
me.
nothing else here.
No one wants to emo with me.
All right, let's drag
Come on,
this
guys.
cart.
Come on. Come emo with
How are
me.
we gonna drag it? I'm pretty sure it's gonna
No!
explode.
No! Is no one gonna emo with me? Come on.
All right, guys. Let's I hope the wheels don't pop. Pray the wheels don't pop.
I'm telling you guys, somebody better clip this.
I think the wheels might pop. Yo, I think we lost a wheel. I think we just lost a wheel. Hold on.
Yeah,
we
we
lost
did
the wheel.
probably.
We're
Hey,
back.
okay, pull. Before. Okay, we lost it again. Wait, we didn't play. You didn't place it.
I did place
Wait,
it,
you didn't
bro.
place it. Okay. Oh wait, bolt.
Put your hands
Oh,
in
we
the
need
air
we need
like
the
you
okay.
just
Put it back.
don't
Put it back. Put it
care.
back.
Oh,
Jesus Christ,
there.
dude! I gotta use a fucking wrench. Wait.
Wait,
We can just tighten the other
put
ones.
your hands in the air like you just don't care.
on this side.
Hey,
Look at that. Look at us go.
Wait. So when
I
one
love how they're
explodes,
working
we just
hard and
have
I'm
to
just over
fix the
here
bolt. We
emoting.
don't have to replace the wheels.
Yeah, we lost the tire for no reason.
Yeah, so when the tires hit, before the tires hit critical, we just fix the bolts. The tires don't explode, basically. So we should be good.
Guys.
I can't help you, coach. Okay, so
Guys, put your hands in the air like you just
I
don't
gotta help you though. How do I help you?
Go to the other side. Go to the other side. There's another one on the other side.
Put your hands in the air like you just
but
don't care.
there's no point in me doing this side. I'm gonna just pull it.
No. Just come to the front so we're pulling it from like the same angle. You know. Just walk to the front now.
Wait.
My life is sad, guys. I'm trying to
let me,
be funny, and then these guys are just
Just
like,
just come to where I am, and then
we'll
we'll just pull it together.
It's
They're
not
really
gonna work.
It's
working
working. It's
hard,
working.
and
It's
I'm
working.
just
It's
here.
working. See, it's working. Physics,
I'm
bro.
just here.
How is this even working?
Physics, bro.
Guys, I found another flamingo.
Bring Roxy with a flamingo.
Hey, yo, at least I'm doing something, you know? Because none of you will dance with me.
Finally.
Dance with me, dance for it,
Well,
dance for
someone
it.
has to
Fuck
work.
off!
Look at us, bro. We're just pulling the cart like some fucking.
Oh, wait. No, it's this way.
Roxy, open it.
No, you have to open it. Move the fuck
Oh
back.
my god, bro.
What were you doing while we were on the way here, dude?
I was on the wrong
Dancing and
end,
singing.
bitch. I was on the wrong fucking end.
So we're just following the trail. We don't know what.
Wait, I fell!
Dude, how?
Wait, we got it.
Oh,
gotta
shit.
move the
Because
rocks,
if
we
you
gotta
just
move the
jump
rocks.
over these rocks.
How do you?
I jumped
Oh.
over the rocks and I went down. Oh, wow. We can move rocks? God damn. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Guys, we're so, like...
We're so strong.
Guys,
Literally,
having
we're strong.
thumbs is, like,
We're freaking-
great.
We're
Look at
insane
us.
raccoons. We're raccoons on steroids, basically. Like.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think is in that
We
syringe,
have
bro?
adrenaline
What do you
in
think?
us. I've got the magic in me. Got the magic, baby. Every time.
Roxy dances alone. Yo, fire clip.
I need help pushing this for some reason.
Yeah,
Okay,
some of
it's
them you
cool
can't
now.
push alone.
Okay, it should be able to
Okay,
go
that should
through
be
here
good.
now.
Yeah.
Okay, you're able to push it yourself.
Yeah, I think one of the things that the bolts are too tight. The wheels don't spin properly.
Yeah.
Guys, there are bear traps. Be careful.
They're bear traps.
Yeah, literally bear traps. Like, once you get past there, you're gonna see a bunch of traps.
Checkpoint reached.
You reached the checkpoint? God damn, that scared me. Strong ass
Roxy, hey,
raccoons,
where are the
right?
traps?
Well, the way she's just emoting and the two are busy being mechanics. There was something on
Roxy,
it.
stop moving the. Why are you moving the tree?
Oh, where did this log come from,
Because
bro?
it's fun. Like, look at it.
Roxy moving it
Woo!
first.
Roxy, do the objective challenge. Holy fuck, bro.
Wait.
She's
There's a bunch of stuff around here.
I'm over here pushing the car. She's oh, there's a beehive, bro. Oh, scary.
I got hammers. I got a hammer.
Yo, get the bat. Get the bat.
Yeah, use it. Take down that
Is that a
beehive.
guitar? What is that?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that with a bat.
Guys, I'm
not
just.
dumb
Oh
enough.
wait, let me see if I can. There we
Hey,
go.
bro, the raccoon
Guys,
with
I'm
the
just here
guitar.
having fun, and then these guys are just like, Russ, we gotta take this seriously. I'm
I
like,
mean, hey,
well,
you can have fun. I have toilet paper
I'm.
in case, you know. I got toilet
You have toilet paper in case of what?
Casey trying to have some fun, bro.
I don't know, you know, toilet paper is it's always needed. What do you mean?
Okay.
Roxy doesn't use
Roxy,
toilet paper
you can't survive
confirmed?
without toilet paper.
I'd rather have a bidet, guys, but
Okay, and what if there's no water? What are
You're really
gonna
gonna
do if
flex
there's
on
no
T
water?
like that? This guy doesn't even have water, bro.
I don't have a bidet. I said I'd rather have one.
I have one. I have one
Oh,
actually.
you
He
have
just doesn't have
two? Oh, look at it.
water.
Wow, so
Yeah,
T's
but
the
I
one
don't have
flexing
water.
on me.
He doesn't have water.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, the bees. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yo, can we steal the hive?
Okay,
You
so
think?
Oh wait, guys, wait. I got another panel for.
Yeah, I have a bidet and like I have a normal like toilet. Yeah. It already
The
came
bees
with the
attack
house.
you?
Yo, can we throw something at
They
that?
do. I don't even know my health. Apparently, I have broken bones.
Broken bones? Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, apparently I have.
You think
broken
we can
bones.
get the beehive?
I think if you
I don't
throw,
know.
we can throw things, right? Can we throw something at it?
I mean, yeah. Let me throw a trash can at it.
Trash can lid? Yeah, throw that shit.
Picking this up and running. Picking this up and running.
I have the trash can lid.
Throw it at the nest. Throw it at the nest.
Oh,
It doesn't
no.
go that far.
Oh.
No!
Get Roxy, not me.
Throw it this. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Wait, what the? Oh, I apparently there's a bunch of bear traps apparently.
Yes.
Oh my
Talk
god,
about
T.
it.
Bro,
You
did I
remember?
die? I died.
Don't worry, bro. I got something for you. Oh fuck.
Oh my god.
Oh fuck. I almost killed myself.
Oh my god. Wait,
Don't
where's
go in the
T?
bush. Don't go
Where's
in the
T?
bush.
Oh.
Where's T?
Oh. I almost stood on a fucking bear trap, dude.
T. T. The adrenaline?
Dude.
Don't go inside the bush.
Yo,
Don't go inside the bush.
be careful, dude. They're in the grass, bro.
Yeah, they are. They are.
That's
Let's just
crazy.
get out of here. Let's just get out of here.
Yeah, I think the bees gave us enough fucking.
Guys, we can take the bear trap though once we trigger it.
Don't do it,
Wait,
dude.
we're
Don't do
jumping
it. That's how I
We're
got
jumping
cooked,
in.
bro.
Oh,
Yeah, but where are we going though? The
Not,
road.
don't
the
go
road,
over
like,
the bear trap, please. Please don't go over the bear trap again.
what bear
But where
trap?
do
Is
we
it bear
go?
trap?
The
Where?
road. If they're in the bush.
Oh.
I'm terrified.
I'm pretty sure we can like go towards the mountains and stuff, but I'm not sure. Wait, we have to go down here.
Guys, oh
By the
my
way,
god, there's a bear trap. Bear
Yo, there's a
trap
dog.
right here.
Yo, there's a
Sniping.
dog. Yo, there's a fucking wolf, bro.
guys, I need you on
Guys, be
standby
careful, bear
with
traps.
the. I need you on standby with the drill.
There's no more
'cause we're
adrenaline.
almost,
Oh,
we're
yeah,
almost at
yeah.
the limit.
Yo, chill. Yo,
Guys,
chill.
why is the thing falling? Do we look over here?
This is crazy how a raccoon is a mechanic now.
Yo, watch out
Hey,
for the
he's
watch out
got
for the dog.
thumbs.
We gotta watch out for this dog, bro.
Get up. Okay,
A dog
everybody,
or is it
everybody
a
get it.
wolf?
Man,
Get a
same
sword, get a
thing,
hammer,
bro.
get a frying pan.
Yeah, get the sword. Get the sword. Get
We
get
can't.
the.
We can't attack with it though.
What do you mean? Yes, we can.
No, you attack with your own hands, even if you have it in your mouth.
Shit.
There
You
you
can
go.
throw it.
All right, so
Okay,
Oh,
we're-
it's a
let's fight.
fox, guys. It's a fox.
okay.
Let's fight him.
Yo,
Fight him.
Okay, yeah, let's
Roxy,
fight him.
Roxy,
Yeah,
go
let's
interact with your kind.
Nah, BT.
Oh, he's a pussy.
He's running, he's just running.
Oh,
It's
he's a
fox,
pussy.
so
Okay,
run
okay.
away. It's a fox. They're scared of cats.
I don't
Guys,
know.
okay, we can't take everything over this. It'll probably break.
What makes you think that?
I don't think so.
Guys, look at the thorn bushes at the bottom. Maybe we
Yeah,
can,
there's
maybe we should go down.
There's a wagon panel down there.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a way to like? Is there like a? There's no other buttons. Just we
There's
don't have
not
a
a-
store or anything. We just
I think we have to get it to the end. No, at the end there's a store. At the end of the trail there's a store.
But we have to
Okay.
take all of that over the bridge. Like we have no
Here, I
other
can push
options.
it. You can push at the back. T. God damn. God
Wait,
damn.
but can we go down there? We should go.
No,
Wait,
no,
should we
there's,
go?
there's
No, I
nothing
think
down
we're
there,
gonna.
bro.
We need to go across the bridge.
Okay,
Oh.
okay. But again, the map is really big. Isn't there like another way to go around it?
I don't think so.
Guys, I think it's gonna fall.
Bro, what the fuck? Can
Did it
you
wheelie? It's
can you
gonna
not
wheelie?
Hey, what the fuck did you do?
can you not do that?
But putting my Latino knowledge.
Okay, now pull
putting a
it, pull it.
wheelie on.
Oh no, T, be careful. God damn, this man wants
Well,
to
okay.
kill us. Okay, go
Okay.
fast.
Go.
Okay, go.
I told you it would hold. Imagine it breaks
It
midway.
looks like it's shaking.
Yeah, the wheels are like one of the wheels is almost at its breaking
I
point.
hear it dragging. Yeah. Guys, goddamn, what is this game that we're playing?
Nice,
Trash
nice,
day.
Nice. The game that you decided we should play.
I thought it looked funny. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, grab. There's a bunch of these.
Yeah, remember when
I'm
you were
trying to
emoting
control
alone, bro?
the-
That was jokes, dude. Yeah, there's
well,
another.
none of you would emo with me.
Dude,
All y'all have to do is like
I was emoting before you were.
raise
I'm
your hands
drifting
up
a
in the
wagon,
air, like
people.
we just don't care.
I'm drifting a wagon.
Do.
I'm trying to help, bro. I keep picking up the fucking wrench.
Oh, put the hands in the air like you just don't. Anyways, you see, they're not even paying attention to me, guys. God
We
damn it.
gotta make
Bro,
it
what the
down here.
fuck? You mean you're not paying attention to us, bro? We're trying to make sure this fucking whole cart doesn't fall down the hill, and you're like over here dancing by yourself.
I just,
Bro, oh no!
that's what we
Yo, imagine if we had a
Okay,
third
get
person.
everything
You
back on
guys
the
actually
wagon.
damaged the actual cart though too. Look, it says
Shut. Yo, you want to help us?
Never
Here,
seen
here.
everybody do the things you do before.
Have you ever even considered helping us like
They
one time?
say,
The
move
wagon's
for it,
repaired.
move for it,
Hold on, I'm gonna eat some
eh.
donut real
Wait, do we
quick.
have stuff around here we can put on the wagon or oh there's
Do we
another
need
house
to
over here.
eat the cotton candy donut? What does it do?
You have missing health?
Wait guys,
Where?
this is the
Where? How do you, is there a health bar?
If you would, if you did, you would know, dude.
Oh, okay. Then no.
Guys,
Oh,
we're
guys, I just scaled this whole mountain.
guys, this is the end. This is the end.
Oh.
guys.
So you guys get the
Never
car
seen
down
it.
there.
Oh,
Everybody do
fucking
those
everybody else
things
gave
you
up.
do
Now it's just me pulling this cart by
before.
myself, huh?
Wait,
I went
Roxy,
up.
help him.
Sorry, I went up the the thing. Oh shit! Shit, guys, I'm fucked. Oh, okay. No, I'm good. I'm good.
I love how she's just screaming, I'm falling. I'm falling.
Let's go.
Okay. The car, Roxy, the car.
I am. I'm helping with the cart. Hello.
Are
You
you?
want me to put the leash on?
Where the fuck are
Okay.
you? What? Okay, you know what?
I
It's
was
fine.
behind it, pushing from behind, so it doesn't.
We just lost $46 or something. Just fell out of it. I don't know what happened.
I didn't mean we have $46. What do you mean?
Sorry, I just saw the number.
Now we have 51. Okay. Be careful on the flanks, cause. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, there's more shit over here, guys. More adrenaline. This is a pan. There's a whole lot of
It
pan.
got stuck. Second, do you push it?
I'm trying.
Nah, no. We gotta put the planks under it. I think.
I found another one.
Let me push. Okay.
Wait, what?
Okay.
I'm just here finding more shit.
I hate picking these things up.
Imagine if someone else was helping you.
Some more adrenaline.
Bro, imagine.
Okay, what do I have to do?
Oh, we're trying to get the wagon go through here because the flanks.
Oh
are
shit!
not-
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh,
It worked.
we did it! We did it! We did it!
Nice.
Good job, guys.
And now we put it here apparently.
Wow, look at that, guys.
Okay, can I just ask, why are we working for Steam, collecting trash and putting it in a washer?
I don't know. Can we
I
spend
wouldn't
money
be
on
able
anything?
to answer that question.
Any machine.
We're literally Steam is contracting raccoons to pick up trash.
Hey, maybe they'll think we'll be more environmentally friendly if we're picking up trash in a cave.
Whoa!
What's
Yo.
this? Is this the whole demo?
Oh shit!
I guess so.
Did somebody catch this?
Okay. Here's the thing. I feel like we look at the map. Look at the map.
Did somebody catch this?
Okay. Oh.
Oh.
T?
Oh.
No, T didn't
What?
catch it.
The
He was
frisbee.
asking
Look
for you
at-
to catch the frisbee. Here,
Look
go
at
go
the
far,
map
go
first.
far, go far, go far.
We did not go through all of this. 100% we did not.
Oh, nice! Nice! No, throw it back, throw it back, throw it back.
You want me to throw it back?
Yeah,
about in the
throw it back
game?
to me.
Oh.
Well,
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
well,
Nice.
we finished the demo.
Yeah.
Wait, I got the best name, a crackoon.
What now? Do we just go to the next demo?
Well, I guess it's done. I guess this is done.
That's what. Okay,
We-
that's what
did
I
we
was telling
finish
you
it?
guys. Yeah, that's what I was telling you guys. We went straight.
Guys, we didn't go through the road.
The road is blocked
No,
off.
we did. We did go
No,
through
I
the
think
road.
it's
so we're-
blocked off.
That's
Yeah, we're supposed to like.
clearly next demo, bro. Or like past the demo part.
Oh yeah, you are
Yeah.
here. It says you are here. Oh okay.
Yeah, we're there.
Yeah, so we went through this whole part. We crossed the bridge or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
thing,
yeah,
and
Well,
we,
like,
we
we
did
did-
everything.
the rest
Yeah,
of this
but we
is
didn't go
the
to
actual
the
game.
mountains and stuff. There was a bunch of stuff in the mountains, like.
Like these
Oh,
mountains
okay,
behind
let's
us,
go. We're,
like
we're
up
here.
here.
We're here. Yeah, let's just climb up. I was climbing up before, but then you're like, if only someone could help Mad Moon, whatever, or T or some shit like that. I don't know.
I didn't say
No?
anything.
Someone said something. I was scaling
Yes,
this
I
mountain
I think
earlier.
you were talking about how, like you were emoting
We
by
felt
nobody wants to help you
someone-
emote or whatever the
someone
fuck you.
joined, someone- No, Ruby. The adrenaline brings us back, so we need that shit. We actually need that shit, guys.
Okay, so apparently, we can rescue like the friends if they die here in the spawn.
Ah, okay. If we make it to the end and we don't have adrenaline.
So did you
Yeah,
say there was actually
Oh.
stuff up here, or did you just say that there wasn't up here?
I mean,
There's
when
a building
when,
up here.
Oh,
when we were in the when we
okay.
were in the traps area,
Guys,
there was a
hello.
bunch
Do
of
you,
things
can you guys
around
see
the
where
church.
I'm at? Oh yeah, come here. There's a whole building.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a bunch of things. I'm 100%
Oh,
sure like around.
this is straight up.
fences.
Yeah, it's another checkpoint or whatever though.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh
like
yeah,
we
we
Cool,
missed this.
walkie-talkie.
yeah,
Walkie talkie, guys. Walkie talkie.
like we missed a bunch of places. Like, I'm pretty sure the whole point is like to explore, and
I
then reach
mean-
the point.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like, we followed the road and like did
We
not
just
like.
follow the road. Yeah.
Can we keep going down the mountain on the other side?
I mean, I'm assuming maybe until we like hit like the wall, I guess.
Guys, let's see how far this goes up. Oh shit, I'm almost crashing with how fast I'm going. Whoa! Oh, there was a flamingo, another flamingo, guys. I think the flamingos, because the flamingos are so expensive, so I think we're supposed to like.
I mean, okay, so there's a
Oh,
vending
what's
machine.
that?
Oh, the vending machines are the shop.
Yeah.
Buy.
Yeah.
Guys, I got a boom box. I got
So
a
we can
boom
buy
box.
Flying disc.
Got
We
a
can buy
boom
Jumped,
box.
adrenaline, wheels, wagon, impact wrench.
And a mug. Okay.
I'm pretty sure we
Okay.
can. I mean, we already reached the checkpoint. I think anything we get, we can put it in this washing machine. I think.
Oh my gosh. Guys. There's a fire extinguisher. Oh my god.
Bro, there's
Got
like
that boom
50
box.
bear traps in one spot, bro. I don't think they're getting this bear.
No, we can't. We gotta take it all the way over there.
Oh guys, okay. Guys, I'm tempting my
can't.
fate.
Okay.
Oh
Yeah,
my
we
God.
can't really do anything because we have to. We already finished it.
Oh fuck. Oh no.
Is it just the thing up there, or is there more stuff we missed back?
Oh guys,
I'm
gonna
kind of
die.
fucking
I
lost.
mean, there's like the things you hang up on the side of
Oh
the
fuck, there's more
wagons,
bees, bro. Oh shit. Oh shit.
and the things that Roxy's. I'm just gonna bring them back to the point, and like put them in the washing machine.
Oi. We are walking. Hoi, 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 hoi. We are walking.
Plywood.
Hoi.
Yeah,
Oh,
look at that. There's a whole road there.
this is a
There's
trophy.
a whole road there.
Guys, if I die,
Yeah.
blame T.
Okay.
Why me? Why? What did I
Oh,
do?
no, 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 no.
If you die, it's because you don't know how to go downstairs.
Stairs? Do you see where I'm at?
Yeah.
On the
Those are
stairs.
What do you mean?
On the stairs.
On the
Yeah.
stair. Yeah, I'm on the stairs.
Oh wait, I can take the wagon back where you guys are. Wait,
Bro, I am not where she is.
not where Roxy is. Let me take it back. Let me take it.
I don't
back.
even know how to get back up there.
Yeah, can I even take the wagon on top of the hill?
I don't think so. It's like too steep now.
I am climbing. Don't even let me go.
Well,
over this thing.
I can't even make it past this, I guess. So yeah, it's stuck. So no, I can't even make it past this.
Nope, it's not letting.
I don't know how to get back up there.
Oh! Oh! That
Oh.
actually worked out in my favor. Guys,
What do
I
we
made
do
it.
now?
I made it.
New game?
Damn,
New game? Question mark?
I made it.
Yeah, you're
I
good.
made it.
Yeah,
goddamn.
we-
That was actually insane.
Alright,
Wait,
Roxy.
let
What
me
do you want to play
catch up
now?
this trophy.
Well, I'm gonna try to see if I can hit this fucking bee's nest with the mouse pad.
This man still wants to hit that business.
Oh, I lost a wheel. Crazy.
Oh, fuck. That did not go as far as I thought it was going to. Oh, wait, I can swim?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of bear traps over here. There's also a lot of thorn bushes.
Ah, shit. Ah, shit.
Oh, I hear bees. Okay, guys, I'm going. Go, 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 go. Pick it up. Go, go, go.
There's no way that didn't hit it, bro. Where the fuck are you?
I can't even pick up. Guys, I think I picked up a jar of honey. Goddamn. Pick up. Guys, I'm running with 2 legs. I'm running on 2 legs. Ah!
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Running on 2 legs. Running on 2 legs. Running on 2 legs. We'll go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
Oh,
Go,
you can't hit the
go,
bee's
go, go.
hive. Okay, hold on, hold on. You can hit the beehive. Confirmed. I just got some honey from it.
Oh, nice. I'm just running on 2 legs. This is how I was meant to walk, guys. I may be a raccoon, but I'm a crackoon. Deep down.
It's a bad message to be sending in a kid-friendly stream.
This is a kid-friendly stream? Since when?
Since she's
Bad
never putting the 18 thing on.
True.
Huh? Oh, we have $64. Oh, I have to resize this screen because I can't see the stuff at the bottom. Guys, I'm
Can
just
I go to
traveling.
the highway? Let me see. Let me
Can I
see.
eat this?
What?
Oh yeah, we
Life
can go.
is
We
a
can go to the
highway.
highway.
I want to ride away all night. Oh, guys, I'm so far.
Wait, is the game finished or?
I'm pretty sure like this is the end of the demo when we get to the checkpoint. You know, when it says wish list on Steam.
Explore?
I mean, we can keep going.
But like we can't bring the cart anywhere else,
Oh,
can we?
guys, I took fall damage! I took
Yeah.
fall damage!
There's fall
Oh,
damage in
The
this game?
cart-
Oh, I'm alive.
So we can we can take the car. Problem is getting out of it where it is. That's the only issue.
Oh my god. Wait, Mabu, look at my stream. Is this what you were talking
What?
about?
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Oh,
exactly what I
okay.
was talking about.
But we can go below the road. Like we can go past the road. But I think this is the last checkpoint. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess that was the only checkpoint, but we could have explored more. 'Cause look, I'm
Yeah,
all the way
like-
over here.
I mean, we got 2 checkpoints like in total this whole thing.
Yeah, this is the last
Oh,
checkpoint.
that was a
we needed to
fucking
do
bear trap.
all the other checkpoints before getting this one. We just didn't.
Oopsie. But either way, like there's not like much we can do with more money other than just
Restart, we can restart.
buy more frisbees and
Yeah, there's not much.
bullshit.
You know, other than traversing,
Holy
which
fuck.
I am. I'm running around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it.
I'm
The
going
birds are
back.
chirping in the game,
Yeah.
not outside.
I mean, outside it's like 1 in the morning, bro.
I know. Like, Are the birds sure me outside already? Like, did I lose track of time again? Oh, can we grab the blocks? Oh, you can pick up cinder blocks, guys.
Mhm.
Rotate to hold it. Oh, can I build this?
Can you build? Okay, let's go.
Oh. Can I climb? No, it's been blocked off. Why? Okay, anyways, well, I guess that's it, guys. I guess that's the end of this game.
Yeah.
For us, at least.
For
Shall we
now.
play something else?
What else we got?
Kind of.
Trash day.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I
End of
forgot to
trash
change the
day.
stream title. Oops.
Oh yeah. Well, I forgot to too. Whatever.
Whoops.
That one's now done.
Who's next?
Okay, so we have Masters of Mayhem, Bedroom Brawl. What was the other one I sent you? God damn, I have to actually look at what I sent you.
Masters of
I
Mayhem.
also send you Grain Rot as well. I don't know if I did. I end up downloading Grain Rot? I don't think I did. That's on me. I can always download it. It doesn't take too long.
This looks more like Repo.
Grain Rot? Yeah.
We're doing
Yeah,
that one.
yeah, that one. No. I didn't download it. So
Well, you
Okay.
literally
think I-
told me to download it.
I think I was, but I was sending it to you guys first. So then
and
wanted
it's
to-
not
I
that
got
much. It's
hungry.
like 1 or 2 gigabytes.
Yeah, again, it's not sending me. Yeah, it's already at 19%, guys.
Okay, what do you want to play? That one? That one?
Green Rot or well, you guys decide. Masters of Mayhem. We have Bedroom Brawl or Green Rot.
I don't have Bedroom Brawl still.
You don't. Okay. Well, I guess it's either Master of Mayhem or Green Rot. Either one.
Which one looks more appealing?
You're still installing Grain Rod, so there's 2 Masters of Mayhem.
90%, 94%, 97%, 99% is done.
Okay, then yeah, I guess we can down. I don't know which one.
Oops.
Well, no bedroom. Okay, so it's either Green Rot. Let's just do Masters of Mayhem since it looks kind of cute.
Good, because I accidentally launched it already.
I want to allow public and private networks. God damn it! Why do you?
Master of Mayhem. Why am I hearing like Mario noises? Masters of Mayhem.
Okay, this looks cool. It's like an
Ish?
arcade kind of game.
Give me a sec. Let me just set this up on the thing.
What the hell am I? I'm a Galaxy Axolotl.
You're who?
I'm like an axolotl, but Galaxy.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about. Did you just find a match?
I need more.
Okay.
I can cry. So.
Oh damn.
Get back to track.
Masters of
Oh,
Mayhem?
No! I hit a bop.
What the fuck?
Oh my
Invited to
god.
the community, join Discord.
Bro, somebody just sent me
Bro,
flying off the
bro.
map. What the fuck?
I cannot find y'all.
What do you
Guys,
mean
I'm
match
gonna-
starting in 6 seconds?
If I'm the
We haven't
killer,
been on.
if I'm the killer, I'm
Well,
going to
you started in the game, dude. You went inside of the game.
I know, but what the fuck is happening,
game
bro?
come out,
Oh,
I
this
need
is like a freaking murder mystery,
It's
bro.
like,
we'll be here.
Where did you guys go?
I'm innocent, bro.
Matt Moon just had to join the match.
Bro, I just pressed join game.
Dude,
If I
you
get,
didn't wait for us. Oh, I died.
bro, I pressed the button and
You're
shit just started
inside of a
happening.
game is-
Shit just started happening,
I
bro.
was
Find a
literally
match,
waiting.
create a party. Here, I'll send you guys the party
bad.
code.
Whoever
I'm
just-
creating this party.
What the fuck is happening?
I'll do
It's
wait.
in the
I
voice
got one.
chat.
I got now.
Let it fully load. Okay,
And let's
someone
take
else
our
turn.
turn.
Okay,
Fire.
Jura just
The
took
VC's
2.
chat.
I hit 1 fire.
Fire.
Oh,
There you go.
Someone
there,
hit beast.
join my party,
Oh,
guys.
beast.
Me. I dropped my stick. I got it.
Where the fuck did you get a stick from, bro? What the fuck?
What the fuck did you get a stick from? T,
fuck
just
is
join the
happening,
party.
bro?
Someone else
Join the
hit.
party.
Wave.
Wait, Cyrus, have you hit any of them?
Someone hit
Guys,
win.
I'm
Cyrus,
glad
Cyrus.
it's in the
Cyrus,
VC's.
over here. You have a
Tech
stick.
check.
It should be
Oh,
Oh, no, he
weed.
doesn't.
Oh.
Here's a
In
stick. Here, I
waves.
dropped my stick. I dropped my stick. I dropped my stick.
What?
Which one do I
The
Oh,
hit?
my
wind.
God.
The wind. The
Come on,
wind.
Cyrus.
How to
There we
play.
go.
Start the calibration of the center console. Find and calibrate the sensors back to 0 units by pressing
I'll be doing the
the
wave.
plus or the minus or plus
I'm doing the
buttons on the
second
sensor.
mountain.
Each sensor
Okay, or you take
I
both
don't
of
know.
these.
increments or
Get back. Get back.
Oh, fuck's
decrements
next.
I'll do the wind again.
a unit
Oh,
at
wow.
random value amount.
The
Return
hell?
to the sensor console and complete calibration once
Why
all
you
5
hit me,
sensors have been
though?
calibrated. God damn it! Search the
Cause you
map
stole
for a
that
freezable
motherfucking
item.
mountain.
Freeze
I don't
item.
get
These are
it.
all different things.
Oh,
Huh?
mountain.
It's every.
Oh.
What the
At
fuck
first,
are we
like,
doing?
come
Oh,
on.
you lied. You said
I'm
mountain.
so lost as what's happening right now.
I know, right?
Wave,
Lucky,
wave,
are you in
wave.
my party?
Mountain,
Can you
mountain,
join?
mountain. Mountain. Wave. Period.
Wow.
I'm just watching.
Ow.
I get my shoes to
I'm
try.
pretty sure you can leave if you want.
Oh my god.
I'm so confused.
What the?
Actually, wait.
What's he
Did you
doing?
see that? He tried to
He
make a
tap
slip.
it!
Okay,
Hey,
next is
wait, you're also purple?
Can
Are we
we
all
like
purple?
change? Can play Skibo? Yeah, we're all purple.
B.
Okay, now we come
Oh,
over here. and
T.
let's do
I
these
can
mirrors.
cry, guys.
These.
How do I leave this
So
game?
Adjust the mirrors. Make them
Wave.
all hit the right.
Okay, I'm leaving this match.
Thumbs up. Suspicious?
How do I join you?
Shrug. Laugh.
How does one join you?
I put the code in
Oh,
the VC's voice chat. I mean, not voice chat, in the fucking PC's. Whatever, y'all know.
I don't know if you can play this game with 3 people.
We're just joining the party and then we join other people.
Okay, I'm here.
Sorry, I'm playing this claw machine.
I'm playing skee ball.
No.
Bro, what? Give me that 100, bro. You fucker.
No. No, I'm okay. Whatever. Guys, this game. No, let me go. Let me leave. Let me leave. Let me leave. Can we play these other games? God
Let's
damn.
go. I got
Okay,
100. 100 in skee
Where's
ball.
T? T's over there. T. Wait. Oh, is that how you change how you look? Oh, you can change the skin. God, nice.
Oh, it's just locked,
Oh,
bro.
they're all locked.
Oh, it's just locked, bro.
Oh, this one's fine. Also fine. It's so cute. Wait, was that one locked? This one's also locked. I would love to be that one. Okay. No. I'm gonna be this. Oh, the skin I want, of course, is locked.
All right, guys.
Oh,
I'm ready to
God,
play the
okay.
game.
Oh, I would like that skin too. God
Try
damn.
perks. The fuck you mean they're perks, bro? Oh.
Okay, we're gonna go
Oh.
with this
Oh.
pink.
Warp.
Guys, look at my skin now. This is who I am. This is what I look like. Wow, you and T look the exact same. You
What do you mean we look the exact same?
guys looked at it? Try perks? What the fuck? You can add in perks?
Yeah. Apparently. Whoa, dude. Oh, this is actually so cool. What the fuck?
How do you
Wha-
try it? Ew. Oh,
What?
guys,
Dude.
I'm dashing.
Dude,
Holy
you
shit.
use shrink?
You-
This shit is actually
Oh.
crazy.
Oh,
Bro, you press shrink and the fucking depth of field in the game changes. That's crazy.
oh. You're so tiny. You're so tiny, goddamn.
No way. Prop hunt.
Oh my god. Which one's that one? Let's try this. Oh my god. Oh?
What the fuck? I can earthbend?
This thing. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay. My PC is working hard, guys. Oh my god. Look how tiny I am. Look how tiny
Come on.
I am.
Get-
Look at
guys,
me.
one of you,
Yeah.
get in the ring with me. Get in the ring with me. Get a hammer, dude. Get a hammer.
Where the fuck
Go
you get a
ahead.
hammer from?
Hammer?
Oh shit.
There are hammers?
Come on, come on, come on.
I feel like this would be entertaining enough for us.
Bro, chill, man.
Okay, I don't like the fact you dropped the hammer.
Where the fuck did my hammer go? Oh shit.
Whichever one of you used the Terra skill, I fucking hate you. I'm dying. Oh lord, guys, I'm actually dying.
Wait, what happened to you?
You flung me upwards. I was in the box. It flung out of the thing. I'm still dying. I'm still falling, by the way. I'm. What the fuck
I think
is
I
this?
think that's how Roxy.
Where the fuck did Roxy go, bro?
Apparently, you sent her flat.
Look at my fucking.
Oh shit. I just jumped off the map.
That's you guys. The tiny black dots there. Yeah, that's where y'all are at. You see
Oh,
where
she's
I
still
am?
going up. She's still going
Still
up.
No, wait,
down.
whoa.
No, this is down.
Where the
This
fuck is she?
down.
I don't even see her.
Guys, look at me. I'm still falling.
Where the fuck
I'm
are
still
you?
falling. Okay, I think I fell to the end. That's it. How do I get back, guys? I don't know how to get back to you. God damn it.
Here's the secret. You actually don't.
I think I have to
Yes, you
leave.
do.
I'll leave.
I fell down when I came back.
No,
right?
she doesn't come back.
I'm leaving the party. I don't know if it breaks up the party and whatever shit. God damn it. God damn it. Hi, Jensen. Hello, hello. How are you? How's life? How's everything? God damn it. Are you guys still in the party? Can I just join?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Bro, how did you go
Just gonna
flying? That's
join.
actually crazy.
Whoever used the Terra,
That was Matt.
Yeah, but how did you go flying though?
it just flung the box up and then it went over because the thing is not, it only has some walls. Once you're out of it, you're out.
Matt Moon can find me now. Ha ha ha.
Sorry, I'm in the claw machine.
I disappeared, dude. I disappeared.
You disappeared.
I disappeared.
That's your own party code? Yeah, how do I go back into
Hey,
my
I'm
party?
invincible. I'm invisible, man. I'm invisible.
I said
Mm.
leave.
I'm invisible.
Did not let me leave the party? Goddamn. Goddamn. Guys, I'm still. Oh my god! I think the game glitched out. I think that's what happened because I'm not coming back. I'm just
break
gonna
the
close
game?
it. Mamu, this is your fault.
Yeah.
How is this my fault? What did I do?
You got to invest it in my fight, in our fight.
Yeah, that you flung me over like into the abyss.
No.
I found
why
you,
you
bitch.
falling?
I found you, bitch.
W falling. Ugh. No Moon, you're special.
What the fuck did I do? I'm not the one who fucking started flying, bro.
Okay. I don't think I can join my own party code because this is.
Gotta pull me now, huh?
Record.
Gotta pull me now.
It's on cooldown, bro. It's on cooldown.
Oh no, I can join. Because I just had to leave.
Why did you?
Oh, are you guys invisible? What the fuck?
No, you can still pull me. No, this is bullying. This is bullying.
I had to change my freaking things just to be able to counter your shit, bro.
Crazy. Hit encounters, dude. Hit encounters. That's that's unavoided.
Oh yeah.
That's
What the fuck?
Who do you think you are, huh? Who do you think? Who do you?
Why are you
Who do you
hitting
think you
me? Stop hitting me! You fucking. Oh my god. Nah. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit.
Okay. I gotta try this out. I can't, guys. I can't see. Guys, I can't see. I'm trying to try that. I'm trying to use the claw machine, people.
I can't use the thing. I can't even get up. Who keeps hitting me? Why is it big now? Why? Oh, I'm small because I went small.
Wait, what? Why is it not picking anything? I'm confused.
You gotta start the game first, bro.
I did. Wait, bro.
No, I pulled D instead of you.
This is just abuse at this point.
Oh, oh my god.
Don't make me do stuff, Roxy.
You're
Don't
the
make
one who
me.
did first. Oh god.
That wasn't me. That was Mad Moon.
What the? You have... Where is the thing? I can't track anything. Oh my gosh. Anyways, okay,
Okay.
guys, I think we should.
Is it time to
actually
start the
go into
game?
and see how this works. Oh my fucking
Well, I'm
god!
inside the machine. Hello.
Yo, imagine.
I'm inside the machine.
How do you start a game? Though? How to
inside
play?
the
It says how
machine.
to play, but then these are all the tasks, sure. But okay, what? How do you actually play the game? Batman, what'd you see? What'd you see?
I just said join game, dude. I don't know.
That's the party code settings.
Have you tried? I don't even know.
I already joined. Oh, someone else is no. So whoever's owner of the room. I'm not owner anymore.
Who the fuck is
One of you
owner
guys
of
are
the
owner.
room? Must be UT.
Must be UT because you're the first
Oh.
one who came in. You have to click join game. I
Wait,
twigged by. Had to leave.
Do you want it private or public?
We have to play public over that. If it's private, it's just the three of us.
Okay.
But we have no idea what we're doing. Alright, guys.
It's
Well,
it's like
just got
it's like
another
Among
dub
Us.
on
It's like Among Us, bro.
Ultra Rumble, and I just realized you changed games from the Raccoon game to whatever you're playing. We don't know what this is. We're learning. This is new. This is a new game.
This is Roxy. Find out what we're doing today.
Oh wait, is voice chat on in this game? That's not
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
I mean, you can turn it on. But I don't think so. But we're not in voice chat right now. I'm
There's a
pretty
button for it.
I don't know. I don't know.
You guys innocent?
All right, let's.
Why do you want to know? Why do you want to know?
So we can stick together? I don't know.
We're on the same team, T. I'm pretty sure, or at least I'm on Mad Moon's team. Yeah, T is right there.
Yeah, this is a.
Or no?
Oh, the meeting
this is
already,
what I
bro?
wanted to do.
Oh, this is
Okay,
Among
well, I
Us.
was-
It's
Yeah, yeah.
Among Us.
I said that like 3
I
seconds
realized
ago.
That was the emergency button.
Oh.
Yeah, just vote them out, guys.
Crazy.
Yo, who called the vote?
That's
Who?
crazy.
Yo, who called the vote?
Let's press skip vote.
And I'm a skip. I'm a skip this.
I'm
We
scared.
ain't gotta vote out no one, you know.
Nah, I'm calling the guy who called the vote, bro. I'm voting for him.
Oh, should I?
Oh, it was just pressing buttons.
That's too damn bad.
Yeah, I just skipped. Most people skip. Why is it so slow?
Well, I'm gonna. It was one of you. Like
I
whatever
hit
this
D.
guy
I was
for.
like DD, and I just like ooh red button, dude.
Where the fuck are we going?
I don't know.
Wait.
I don't know what we're doing.
We're supposed
Wait,
to
wait,
like
wait.
we're
Oh,
supposed to be
like-
doing the tasks, but someone's
we're
like
supposed to
an
do-
Okay,
imposter.
okay. How do you check your task though?
They're all on the left.
How do you even know if you're imposter? I wouldn't
It,
even know.
it told you at the beginning of this game, bro.
I
Yo,
mean,
he's
yeah,
an,
it
he's an
tells you at the
imposter, bro. This guy
beginning.
doesn't have any tasks. He doesn't know where the
Clearly
tasks
I'm
are,
not,
bro.
guys, because it didn't tell me. That's what I was asking.
Does that mean you're an imposter?
Reverse
No, it means I'm
psychology
not,
is
because
crazy.
it didn't say.
Seal this crystal, bro.
Okay, where are the ores at? Where are the ores at? Apparently, a pickaxe is for the ores, but where exactly are they? I'm trying to figure this out.
Huh?
I'm trying to figure this all out. Okay. Okay, but if I have to go in there, how do I go in there?
You can just go through it.
Wait,
No, I
were we
can't,
supposed to
somewhere, 'cause
select
I can't.
perks?
I tried. It didn't let me.
You can only go inside the areas that are blue. The
Yeah,
wa-
we
the
gotta
walls are the blue.
we gotta do them in order, I think. Leave. Oh, fuck.
Meeting. Okay, I'm in the wrong place. Let me go out.
Oh,
Thought I was in here.
I don't know how to do this. Goddamn, guys.
It's all the way out here.
you just gotta do the tasks, man.
What? How do I know? Oh, refuel. Okay, I see where it says it. Is this all of us doing these tasks, or is it just me?
I mean, it's everybody except the imposter, whoever, you know.
Mm.
Okay, but how do I? I'm here mining. What exactly?
I mean, surely there's somewhere you're supposed to put those resources.
Okay, it broke. I mean, no idea. Yeah. Okay. No. I can only pick one at a time, dude.
Why
There's a
you got a
bunch of things
flamethrower,
here.
bro?
You guys.
Yeah, we
I
don't-
don't know.
minerals, you
It
guys-
was in a closet.
This guy's a
Oh, if you
flamethrower,
stay
bro.
in the cold too long,
Sure.
you get frozen.
Oh, fucking hypothermia, bro.
Yep. My whole screen is like frozen right now.
Guys, we're almost done with filling up the tubes.
Oh, now I can get a perk.
F. What is
What the
this?
fuck is the red shit?
Oh, this thing. What is this one? Wait, what is this?
Where are
What
you
did I
guys?
do?
Where are you guys at?
Oh, you see red?
3 more.
Did I put in here? Oh, no. Okay, they go here. That's what I thought.
Alright, we just need 2 more reds.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Alright, 1
Alright.
more red.
Oh no! What do you mean? I just mined this.
Oh, we can now pick up perk. Oh, okay. Double jump, apply speed debuff on the target.
Okay, let's go. Keep going.
Knocks nearby players back. So certain crystals you can, so you can mine certain crystals, and certain crystals give you like certain effects.
Interesting.
So right now I have one that use is knockback. I can either throw it or like use it on myself.
Oh,
Mm.
Okay. Yo, the crystals, mine the crystals, like some different crystals give you different effects if you throw them.
oh.
Call the meeting, bro.
I called a meeting.
What's up?
Is someone
What's
dead?
up?
Who died?
Nobody died.
Oh,
Oh, where?
I don't know
I never
where.
skip vote. I never skip
Yeah,
vote.
but let
Bro.
us know what we're doing.
I was trying to play my
I don't know what damn.
I was mining some crystals.
I did something, but Alex dead.
who the fuck is
Oh,
Alex?
Alex
Yeah.
died?
Who the fuck is Alex?
I don't know.
Who's
Zalix.
Alex?
Alex.
Oh, it's Zalix, the guy. Yeah, he's like a ghost, I think.
Oh,
Oh no,
oh,
Alex can't talk. No.
Who knows?
the fuck? Yo, that guy died.
So someone did die.
I just thought that was a skin, bro.
That's suspicious. There was too many people in the lab. I can't even say who I sus.
Who the fuck voted for
I've
honor?
been sealing crystals.
I'm confused because
I mean,
wasn't
we
there
just got
like
done with
three?
the
There's
laptop.
like three places that are not filled. So does that mean 3 people died?
No, I think there might have just not been that many people in the game.
Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna keep doing the crystals things. So that's where I left off, I guess.
I'm gonna try and fix my settings right now. I don't hear you
Oh
guys.
wait, the crystals are not here. What do you mean? Wait, what? Oh, I went the opposite way. Wait, no, I didn't.
Oh, well, voice chat's fine.
Are you tweaking?
Maybe.
Can I turn off your guys' voice chat? Oh, I can.
Hey, why you want to turn us off?
Because I hear you in Discord
Hey,
already.
yo.
Hey, yo.
Yo, I got killed.
You got killed?
I got killed. I'm not gonna say who it was, but I'm right there, Roxy. I'm right there. My body's right there.
Oh yeah, I see you.
Like, I won't say who it was because that's unfair, but
Who is it?
Tea Cafe died, and they were in like the security room. I think that's what it is.
Was there anybody?
Like where all the cameras are.
That doesn't help anybody, dude.
what's up?
I don't know. That's all I can say.
Fuck, I don't know. Who do we vote for?
Dude, that got me by surprise. I was trying to do security.
Sounds suspicious.
Yeah, I'm voting for
Honestly.
Honor just because you said that.
I like.
If anything, you sound suspicious for putting sus on me. You know, like
But you sound suspicious while suspicious
like
me. While
yeah,
suspicious
listen.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just skip vote.
Like, I know who they were. Like, I can tell them who they were, but that would be unfair.
Damn.
they both people. Oh, if I hadn't voted for him, goddamn, I would have died.
Since y'all want to vote me, fireball.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Since y'all want to vote me, fireball.
Fireball.
I can just follow people. Crazy. What does that do?
Fireball.
Wait, can I like put shields on people? I can put shields on people.
Oh shit. You can help people?
Yeah. So okay, so I'm gonna go with you guys. I'm gonna go with you guys. Okay, let me follow. Let me find you.
I was in security. I just left.
Let me find you guys.
You good, bro?
Galen. Stay close, because there's like it's only 2 imposters, and yeah, a lot of people have the same skin.
Yeah, that's the problem. A lot of people have the same skin.
Honor, since it's not him.
Oh, okay, Mabun.
What's up?
Here we are together.
Okay, I'm with Roxy.
Hello?
I don't know what this is.
I'll
with
stay with
Madman.
Roxy.
I'm with Mabun too, so you're with both of us.
I don't know what this is.
But I can put a shield on one of you guys. It's on like 100 something cooldown, by the way.
Hey,
So.
as long as that person gets a shield, the other one can report.
What does this do?
I don't know. What are we turning the valve for? Nope.
What's this for?
Okay, guys. So when you go mining, find the crystals and use them to like warn up the people.
Oh
Where
shit.
do you go mining?
Some crystals like knock back and some stuff like that.
Break icicles. We have to break the icicles.
What? Oh shit, this guy's got a
Oh.
guy's got like a thing for that.
De-iced. Yeah. Okay. Turbulent. Okay, I'm freezing. I'm going inside.
Yo, it's cool.
Yo, Giggling found Linda's body, bro.
It's red. I had to see who's running off.
Okay. What was that, Giggling?
It was giving Lizzie walk by a dead body and then report it.
Yeah, no, I was literally checking to see who was running off.
Yeah, you seen that, right?
So,
yeah, no, I saw that.
Yeah.
So it's Lizzie?
This group is not very good.
Yeah, I walked into the room and then Lizzie ran away and Giggling reported the body.
Lizzie, what do you have to say about that?
What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, dude,
You have a mic? You have a mic, Lizzie?
How do you report bodies?
You'll be on it. It'll say report.
No, someone's asking that. Someone's asking in the chat, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's sad.
That's some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Like,
why is it sad?
Wow, Giggling.
Was an imposter. Oh, okay.
You just exiled him.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, no reason to be here if you're gonna be killing people, you know.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum.
I mean, hey, at least we can help the survivor somehow. kind of.
Tab and click
Yeah,
to.
the fact we can
oh,
put shields on them.
I don't even know what tasks
Yeah.
are still left, bro.
Yeah, it's on the
No,
side.
I don't know where to go to do them. Sorry.
I will say I find kind of crazy that the other imposter doesn't have a mic and just doesn't know how to report.
Well, that's what you need the flamethrower for.
I know, right? Like it's
Yeah,
not
right
looking
here.
good for him. Like another dead body, and 100% they're gonna suspect him.
Yep.
How do I do this?
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can complete some task. Actually,
Activate water pump.
Oh, okay. So I think you gotta do them both, and then we turn.
analyze crystals. I don't think I can do that actually. Let me. I don't think I can. I can complete tasks. Let me see.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Easy clap.
Yo, who put a shield
did it,
on the imposter,
think.
dude?
Probably the other imposter.
Just following him. What?
Probably the other imposter. That's dead.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Next, line pipes.
I'm just following. I love how you have like a little ghost with most people, most of the survivors, and then you have a ghost
I
with
love
the
how it's
imposter.
the 4 of us together.
It's only
Yeah.
3.
No, here with us.
Oh, okay. Okay, so no, we can't complete tasks like in Among Us. But we can help you guys, so it's kind of like more or less.
There's 2 people on the other side of this wall right here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, careful.
Oh, I don't trust these purple people, Mad Moon. I don't trust the purple people.
I don't like. It's not the Oxalatos. 100%. It's not them, because I feel like it's more like the little ghost people, like the little slime ghost people things. I think.
So where do you get these rocks from?
You have to mine them. You have to mine them.
Where? With what?
You have to get a pickaxe and mine them. There's already a pickaxe where you mine them, so you just go towards the mine site and just mine them. It respawns after like 10.
Mad Moon, where'd you go?
I'm still here.
Oh, we've gone through over here.
Where are you?
I don't know what I have in my hand.
I'm assuming the defroster thing that dude used
Is that a
to.
defroster?
Where the fuck are you?
Oh, we went here. We went through this room.
Oh, that's so specific, dude.
Oh, sorry. I'll go back into the old room. Here.
No, I went to go mine rocks.
Fucking shit! You abandoned me. I'm dead. I'm
Yeah,
so
that's
dead
what
now.
happened.
You might as well ask for help. Wait, can you like actually win this? Because there's so many tasks to make to complete.
We only got 5 tasks left, dude.
And I mean,
Got 5
What do you
tests
mean?
left, and I have no idea what I'm doing.
we've already. What do you mean? We've had the same task for like a while. Like yeah, we've had the same task for a while. I think every time I kill someone, they reset. I might be wrong though.
We just also slow as fuck doing this shit, bro.
Yeah, that's well. The refuel
There we
generators.
go. That
That's
was
one's
done.
complete. You have 1 completed. Like so you don't have to do them in order, but it looks like if you stop doing them, they like restart.
Mabel, are you still alive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh!
You
die?
frozen? Are you frozen?
No, I died.
Oh.
Just seen that
Damn,
one coming.
Mamoon died basically like outside of the map. Crazy. Yeah.
Went to go mine some
you
fucking
see
rocks,
is
bro.
the little ghost killer is with
Yeah.
the killer.
Yeah. Where's
Oh.
Roxy?
Are we not reporting this body? What the fuck?
It's the other green guy. It's 100% the other green dude. I watched them both walk off.
You think so? Okay.
I'm not just positive. I'm HIV positive.
HIV positive. God damn.
That's super serious.
Going for vote.
Is it
Yeah,
Tad?
I'm
take
voting
it.
green. I'm voting.
I'm
Murder.
voting
It's
green.
either
we were
the
all
green
together,
guy
right?
or the.
Yeah, we were all together the whole time. Both the greens
Yeah, it's the
walked
green
off.
guy. Is
Yeah, get this fucking
it
green
has
guy
to
out of
be.
here, bro.
Yeah, just get him out. Just get him out.
Yeah, get the fuck out.
You want to talk about it?
Go on now, get.
Yeah,
We don't want you here no more.
Get, boy, get.
Monster, we did it.
W argument.
We did it.
Nice. This is win.
Nice.
Nice.
Bro, I was mining the fucking rock. I saw this guy come close to me. I'm like, oh fuck, it's it. This is it, isn't it?
That's why I was like, "Where's
was it?
Mahmoud? I want to be near him so I could at least
It's
report
like,
the
oh,
body."
this is the end. This is the end for me.
You done?
This is the end. Oh, just let go. Okay, you see, this would be fun if I knew how to do the task, guys.
It's literally just Among Us, but like it's 3D
Yeah.
and shit, you know.
But I like the graphics, and we can play.
I like
these
that you can
arcade
get
games while we
perks
wait.
in the middle of the
and
game.
perks, yes, I like that. I like we can bide the time by like doing all this shit. Oh.
Solid.
87 seconds till the match starts.
Solid game.
Guys, press R for ready. R for ready. Oh.
Bye.
What do you mean R for ready? What do you mean?
Do you not
At the
see
top-
the
at the
match starts
top,
in
it
67
says R for
seconds?
ready.
If we're all ready, it will go faster.
Alright, yeah. Who the hell's throwing fireballs?
Fireball.
Doo, 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 doo. I want the perks to be able to...
Perky.
Time wizard. You're a wizard, Harry.
You're a wizard.
Harry, you're a
Beware of
wizard.
Moog.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm going in. Alright, nice.
We're in Egypt now. Or some shit.
Yep. Oh, smaller group, guys. Smaller group. Are we all here? Are
Haven't
we
been
all
on this
here?
map
T, I
yet.
don't see you.
This was the map I was on
Oh, I
before
was
I
thinking
I
that.
left the game.
Alright.
Alright,
Let's get it.
alright.
Wait, did it even say the
Funny.
innocent shit? I don't even remember. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm innocent.
It
Okay,
did.
well, you
It
got
did. It did. Hey, you know
Fully
what? This
locked
time I was
out.
paying attention.
Okay, so Roxy, just hit tab and press the
Minor.
one of the
What color
I'm
do we
hitting
need?
tab. It won't, nothing's
the
popping up.
task. Okay, no, it's just the mouse is gonna pop up. Hit one of the tasks, and then it's
Oh.
gonna show you where to go, and
Oh,
you just follow that.
Yeah, I could do this all day, dude.
where did you guys go, by the way?
I went
What
to
was
the
the way?
mines, but I don't even know what color rock I need, so I kind of left.
Well, I'm following the.
Well, I'm here with two other people,
Bro,
and they
I'm
might kill me. I'm here with
lost in the
Oh,
mines.
I shouldn't tell you guys who I'm here with, right?
No, don't tell us.
What's the harmonize?
Terrain. Okay, so every time you complete a task, you
You guys
get an
complete it?
ability.
Yeah.
I can't help
Oh,
you push it.
they're hitting me.
You know what I
That's
gotta do with this?
mean. It's
Oh,
mean.
Jesus Christ.
I think you gotta
One
put something
task
in there.
complete.
You have to crush the gems, but we need like the little choo-choo train wagon thing.
Oh,
Alright.
let me stop pushing this shit then.
Time bubble, thunder,
okay.
blah, blah, blah. Fireball.
Fireball. Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, so you have passive abilities and then you have like abilities.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm dead.
That did nothing.
Right now I have cooldown.
You died.
I'm dead.
Oh.
Mamu, turn around. Turn around.
Oh, what the fuck? Yo, bro,
Run
drop
it,
the
don't
body.
pick my body up.
The fuck?
Wait, you can pick up the bodies?
Yeah.
You can pick up the body.
Where was it?
I was like at the spawn, to be honest.
Moog.
Who the fuck is Moog?
Who's Moog?
And I think that's the monster.
He mugged him.
He got moved.
Honestly, I don't even know who did it.
Get moved on. Do we have any info?
Apparently not.
Nah.
There's 2
I'm
of them,
trying to get
guys. There's 2 of them.
Oh yeah.
You good,
that's
GC? Are you good?
He's not good.
Like, yeah, if you want to get killed, just send an open invitation.
The fuck am I watching, bro?
It was
Crazy
me. Yeah, it's essentially Among Us. Alright,
Crazy.
okay, I'll follow you guys.
Who got voted? I didn't
Let
even
me
see.
see. I forgot where the thing was now. No. I think it was over here.
Let's go with each other.
Oh.
Wait, where
no, it's
where are
not-
you
it's
guys?
not here.
Where did you guys go?
This is
Down or
this is
up?
the laser one. This is the laser one. We went left.
Just go through things.
Did you do it?
I will.
I think you did it.
Guys, just one task completed. Activate light, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, there's the
So I have to
the
be-
mirror one. You gotta line up the mirrors, bro.
How the hell does this even work?
Oh,
No, I was trying to protect you.
Oh my god!
dude, I fucking knew it
T,
was
there's
him.
that T. Look.
What?
Look,
What?
go their bodies. Go find their bodies.
Holy shit, there are darts.
T, turn around.
T, report the fucking body, bro. Oh my
The
god.
body's over here.
You can see it.
Smiley and Easy were with me, so it's not us two. Press.
I was trying to figure out the mirror thing.
I don't know if they can hear you when you're dead.
So it's one of these two, huh? It was at least. It might be both of these guys,
Both
to
of
be
them.
honest.
You think it's both
Yeah,
of them?
yeah,
Might
it
be
might
both.
be.
Report.
Double kill.
Fucking one of you
Crazy.
report. God damn it.
Might as well report it.
Smoke him.
Wait,
Sounds
wait,
like
I
a threat.
can't. I can't hit it. They're both. It's either F or R. I can't freaking wait.
It's R. It's R.
They were on top of each other. I'm trying to figure
Oh my god, dude.
Okay, so we went up to where the minerals are with the mirrors, 2 bodies, and there was Tea Cafe and Zalek in there. So could have been a double kill.
Yeah, we were smoking both of them.
I was on the
Diamond
other
was
side,
built like
on the
Slimer,
far
bro.
corner.
I'm voting Zalek.
Yeah.
Whoa, dude! I walked up on you holding the body. I walked past the dart trap and it shot at me in the back.
I think it was a double kill. I think it was both of these guys.
I was with the Easy.
To be
and
fair, I
Smiley
was with
playing on the
Zalek for a
trade.
while.
Yeah, get the Zalek guy out of here, bro.
Yeah, get Zalek out of here.
You were picking the body up when
Damn, you got this is Sparta, bro.
I
Jesus
wasn't sure
Christ,
if
he
they
got
were gonna come
Spartan!
for you or the other guy first, and they came for you, and I was like, oh,
I
close
know,
enough.
I
And
know.
I was like trying
It was
to.
probably Tea Cafe.
Well,
shit.
I'll try and keep with you.
I mean, if you want, one of you can stay with me, help me do the mirror thing.
Bro.
Oh no, they're just gonna put you out right
All right,
now.
let's get him, boys.
Oh wait.
And they're gonna
Y'all
get you now.
realize the fact that you're so confident that it's me is kind of crazy.
We walked in on you were with the other imposter.
It's
And
over, dude.
I was
It's
literally-
over, dude.
Listen, I was walking to
You're not
the
getting
mirror
it.
trying to figure out the other mirror thing, and he told me, "Hey, I got hit by a dart." That's why I was stopping there.
But there were 2 bodies in there, brother.
I didn't even know there was a body there. I found out when freaking somebody told me there was a body
Oh no, T. You
Oh
ain't
no,
gonna do
T.
Don't even try. Don't even
Oh
try.
no, T.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. It's okay.
Oh,
It's not
what
an
the
imposter. Exactly. Anyways.
Okay, that's actually surprising.
Dude, what?
Wait,
T,
yeah.
what's crazy?
Yeah, hold
is
up, dude.
we
It's
were
gotta be
roasting
giggling.
on
It's
it,
gotta be
dude.
giggling. It's
Because
gotta
I
be
had
giggling.
roasted
Oh,
the
so now
body into
it's
there.
me because it wasn't him.
No, exactly. It's gotta be giggling.
Well, how could it not be me, bro? You just voted somebody who's innocent off, bro. No. It's me. No, yeah. We're all together. Call the meeting. Oh shit, can we not use it because we already used that one? Where's the other button? Oh man.
Run! Put shields on them.
I don't know who's who.
Put shields on them. Put shields on them.
Oh my god, no!
Psycho shields.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Oof.
No.
Okay, I'll
bro.
admit I
Smoke
fucked
it.
up.
Oh, there's
I'm surprised it wasn't Tea Cafe. Because he was with that Zalek with the bodies. I don't know where you were giggling, but
Oh my god.
Well, that's the end of this round.
wasn't there.
guys.
I wasn't there.
still sus. You voted somebody who was completely innocent off that.
Bitch, get the fuck out of here.
Oh no, not like that.
Was
Holy.
an imposter. Oof.
Dude,
Shit,
so I
sorry,
killed
Tea
him.
Cafe.
I
Yo,
teleported
listen.
him onto you guys,
That's
and then
kind
I
of messed
ran
up.
up with
That's
the
kind of
dart.
messed up.
What'd you say?
Crazy.
Neither me nor T lied, because I teleported the body on top of you guys and ran up to watch you pick it up.
Oh shit.
Damn.
It's okay, T. It's okay. It's okay. You tried. You tried.
Two of them
Not
have
that
to
mu-
be on the same team because.
There's not that many people in this lobby. Like, that's sad.
I mean,
Right? Am I
it's-
wrong? Like
it's
the,
like 2 in the morning.
two of them have to be on the on the same group.
I think so, yeah.
I'm trying to mug myself.
I'm cute, guys. I look cute.
Trying
I
to
look
move
cute.
myself. What the fuck does that even mean, bro?
I look cute. I look cute.
Y'all think people playing this shit right now?
shit right now?
I mean, at least 5 of
Well,
them.
At least this, yeah. At least these people are. And again, this is just a demo, so yeah, I'm not surprised people are not playing this. Oh,
What?
how many people are there? Oh, there's a bit more. There's a bit more people.
Got like 8 of us, 9 of us.
Okay, this is a group.
Oh, I'm innocent. Yay.
Oh, it's this map. Fuck.
I don't trust him now.
Big map, big map.
Let's go, guys.
Good choice, honestly. Free over generate. Okay. Holy shit, that is a lot of steps.
I'm following T, by the way, guys. Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying, T. We need to get inside.
Yeah, I should just get as fast as possible over to the.
There you go.
What was it again that I have to do?
Yeah, which task are we doing,
Refuel?
T?
I'm doing the
I'm trying to
fucking.
refuel the generators. I forgot how to. We need a gun.
The flamethrower.
Oh wait, I'm in the wrong place. Yeah, it's where you are.
Yeah, we have to pick this up.
Yeah. Okay, the other ones were here, I think.
Then do I take it over to the
Yeah,
thing?
just take it to the place.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
Oh, damn.
what the fuck, dude?
Did you die?
No, they just blew up a bomb for some reason.
Oh, I thought you died for a second. I was like, there's no way. Okay, I have to take it to the generator. Throw her here. Oh wait, oh it explodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it explodes.
What exactly can we do then? Pick up.
Let's
What
go-
is
you
this?
Just pick it up. Okay, I have to run. Run. Okay, it's fine. I got this. I think it'll explode if you move too much.
Maybe. Wait, well, I'm in the wrong
That seems
place. Wait.
to be- Oh. What the fuck?
Trying to find. I know there's some generators I have to like.
Oh.
Z.
Yeah, what's called?
Skip
Oh,
it,
what's
skip it,
going on?
skip it, skip
Are you dumb? Goddamn, dude. Why?
Did you mistaken it for a task?
I didn't even say anything.
He just hit skip. I feel like he did. I feel like he mistaken it for a task.
Magmoon, how could you be the imposter, bro? What the fuck?
Yeah,
what
I was
the
just like,
fuck?
Mamu, are you the imposter?
Nice trolling.
Okay, you guys forget you can literally stream snipe you.
But we won't do that, right? We
Right.
won't, because
Right.
we're all playing together.
We're
Roxy
all
will
of it.
100% do it, we know.
Together.
We know Roxy will do it 100%.
No, I will not. I have. Hey, what the fuck are you doing?
Okay, this is the new thing. Let me see. Okay, there's one there. Apparently something there. Right, it's this thing. Calibrate. What exactly is this, bro? I have no idea. Okay, there's no more things here.
That one.
Oh, someone already did it, that's why. Oh wait. Oh.
Did you? Oh. Shit.
Nope.
Oh shit.
Okay. The only person I saw walking out of there was Giggling with a refueling thing, but I'm not sure.
I was just refueling, dude.
It's good enough for me.
Yeah, because there was a bunch of people coming in from there, and that was the only person I saw.
Good enough for me.
I don't trust this guy from last game. I probably shouldn't vote for him.
So.
So
it was who?
Do we skip or do you think it?
I don't know.
Right.
Like, if there's too many people.
Oh shit!
out,
Oh
like-
shit! He's gone. He's fucking gone, bro. He's fucking gone, bro.
Fucking idiots, you played yourself.
Yo, if it's him, then
It's not him.
Not
Oh, bro.
Goddamn.
yeah, that's the issue.
What the fuck, Roxy? That is like the worst kind of game.
That's why I didn't
just
vote.
said
That's why I
didn't
didn't
trust
vote.
him. So I was like, well, he's accusing him. That's enough for me. Goddamn, we haven't
wrong.
even done one task.
Like, I didn't accuse him. I was just saying that's the last person I saw walking out of there.
Sounds like an
that's why I
accusation to
didn't
me,
vote,
bro.
'cause there's a bunch of people coming in and out of there. It's like I can't blame one person when I've seen a bunch of them.
E, I'm going with you.
I'm
Family,
trying
just
to
so you
see
know,
where
I'm with
this-
T.
Oh.
I'm with T.
They already have a
Trying to see
handle.
where this
You do
task
it
is.
sometime.
Okay, let me.
Are we not gonna finish the refueling?
No, I'm trying to do this ones that are already underway. Okay.
Which task are you talking about?
I'm gonna try and fill the refuel. I'm just gonna try and finish this one.
Now the calibrate one. I'm trying to do the calibrate ones.
Oh.
I don't know what this one's
Oh,
doing,
I exploded again. I'm
Okay,
just explode.
let's start
It
this.
literally full on exploded. Oh, there it is.
Hey, yo, slow cook. Yo,
Huh?
Yobs just fucking killed this.
It's already done.
What?
They're not freezing.
Yobs killed this, I think.
Hmm?
Yobs killed
you
this.
die?
I don't know where the fuck this went.
Where's the body, bro?
What are you talking about?
Yobs
I'm doing
killed
the
this,
task,
I
dude.
swear.
Yarbs killed this? That's what we're hearing?
Killed
Dude, I'm just
The
doing the task.
calibration one.
His
Oh,
body went.
I died.
Yo, what happened to the other guy doing the
This
task here?
is dead, bro. I think he's dead.
Dude, I died.
Where are you?
I'm in the
Might be lagging.
in the
maybe?
supply in the cryo power bank.
Oh
Oh shit! How many people died? What the fuck?
Oh my god.
How many people died?
Damn, dude.
Yobs
Holy
killed this, I
shit.
swear to God.
It's a lot of people dead.
I was a box.
You're a box?
I was a
Man, but we
box.
have to literally vote someone out.
Yeah, I'm going with Yarbs because there's two people doing the crystal thing, and when I came back, there was only one person doing it.
Okay. Yeah.
I was
I'm
just
just
doing
gonna
Yeah,
try.
I
yeah.
swear, bro.
Yeah, what happened to the other guy doing the
There's
task with you though?
And then
You didn't even
killed
call a
his.
body, dude.
Wait, Yarbs?
We have to call another meeting immediately. God damn
For
it.
who though? I don't even
I
know.
regret nothing. I hit that boss. I hope that body quick.
I was like, yeah, where the fuck did this other guy go?
I don't know how the fuck he hit that.
Nah,
body
you guys
so
should be
quick.
fine because if he kills one of you, there's still like 3 of you left, or 2.
Roxy was looking mad.
No,
suspicious, too,
yeah,
I'm not
2.
gonna lie.
What the fuck? What
Yeah,
did
wait,
you
I'm
just say?
He said you're looking mad
I'm gonna go with
suspicious
Manuel.
too. Not gonna lie.
Oh my god. Oh,
Where's Matt?
The fuck is that?
That ghost motherfucker. That's that ghost motherfucker. I swear to God. Someone call a meeting.
What the
I don't
fuck?
know where the fuck to call a meeting though.
Yo, you Matt Moon, you have the imposter following you, by the
Oh,
way.
that shit. It's that
Oh.
ghost
The ghost
motherfucker.
imposter's following
I
you.
don't know what his name is.
Smiley Frank?
Oh wait, no. It's
Wait,
not.
what?
Nah, my
were
bad,
you
my
the
bad.
one who sent out that black cloud? Or-
No, not me. It was Smiley Frank. Smiley
Wait, what do you mean?
Frank.
I was
He
doing
sent
the
that shit
sealant
out, bro.
thing. Wait, what?
Ain't no way.
The cloud is
Smiley
from the
Frank,
dead
bro.
imposter. That
Is
you
it?
can't do that when
Oh.
you're alive. Yeah, it's
Oh,
only
Only
for
the
dead
dead
okay.
imposter.
Oh,
It's only
Ain't no way.
Interesting.
Yeah, I swear to God, Smiley Frank was looking bad, bro. I swear we should probably hit him.
Oh shit.
Oh,
no.
we're fucked.
You're talking about the smoke cloud. That's from
Yeah, the
the
black?
imposter ghost. You can't do that when you're alive.
You're wrong person,
Oh, you fucking
Okay.
Wait, why
Interesting.
did you disappear though behind that thing? Like he ran that way?
I was doing the sealant on the crystal over here.
I used my shield by mistake. Damn.
Do you not get it back again?
Yeah, I do, but it's on 115 cooldown.
Well, Mamoon, I don't know what to do. We kind of have to either separate with one of them, or oh,
I heard it. See that's the ghost who does that. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it's the ghost. It's the
I was
ghost. That's the ghost.
I don't know, but usually the ghost does that to like fuck with but like I was on the task when that happened.
Guys, stay with Smiley. Stay with Smiley. Both of you stay with Smiley.
Shit is actually
like keep your.
Is it done? Do we do it?
Like straight up, both of you keep your eyes on Smiley.
I'm just gonna back away so I'm not too close.
No, don't trust him. Don't leave Mad Moon there alone. Don't leave Mad Moon there alone.
What
Bro,
if even if Mad
I'm
Moon
trying
dies?
to fucking fill this thing, and I genuinely don't even know what to do anymore.
Mad Moon! Mad Moon! I'm dead! Mad Moon!
Bro, how does that help
Both
me?
of them were there. Both of them were there. Both of them were there. He took the body. He took the body.
The body's gone. The body's gone.
Report it. Just report.
Oh, we can't
The
report.
button's not working. You already used the button.
Oh, we lose.
Oh, he killed you. Oh.
Yep, we lose.
Yep.
Damn.
He can transform. Oh,
It's a perk. It's a perk.
Oh, and he got him.
Dude, oh my god.
Damn.
I knew it was
Easy,
there,
easy.
bro.
The cloud was me though.
Oh my
The
god.
cloud is actually the dead imposter though.
Bro.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude, I voted for him too, bro. Fuck.
I know, but still, you look.
He was
hella
pretending
sus
to be a
the
bot.
first
Yeah,
time.
I was
watch that
sus, but
shit.
the cloud was
Hella
actually not
sus,
me.
dude. And bro,
Damn.
I voted somebody out, the imposter, and then I still wasn't believed. That's crazy.
I tried.
Shit, I didn't
tried,
know.
man.
I don't know the black cloud's caused by him. I thought it was a. Is that a perk? Is that what?
Dude, I voted for Smiley too, bro.
God damn! I should have just voted with you. It's either one or the other. We should.
And then we
just call
skip.
another
And then
meeting.
one other person skipped vote. I was like, damn, it's over.
The box OP.
I didn't skip. I
had
didn't
no
skip.
idea
I
the
didn't even
first time that
vote.
was in there.
Period.
That's
I
basically
barely knew.
skipping.
I started. It's sort of funny,
Yeah,
though.
but it doesn't count as an actual skip, though. That's what I'm saying. I didn't
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
I was gonna vote him, but then we ran
Why
out of
didn't
time.
you
I didn't
build
even know.
the
See the
box?
time went down so
I
fast.
thought I was wondering.
There's only 2 maps in this game?
Like, what, could you
There's only
kill
like
me
2
as a
maps in
box?
this game?
I guess so.
I mean, it is
That's
a beta.
kinda
It is a.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is demos.
Staying in the back is the worst thing to do, Roxy. Middle is the safest. It would auto skip.
I wonder if you can kill me.
I
as a box,
don't
to be
know
completely
because if
honest.
it was the cloud and whatever, I want to be able to report.
Okay, I'm not going to the left. I'm going to the right.
Is
You
yours
can
okay?
stick with me if you want.
I think he might disconnected or something.
Okay, I'll hit this one. You guys can do the rest.
We're going.
This is just us, so I'll hit this mountain.
Oh, okay. Do that. Guys, I'm in the train tracks. What the flip? I didn't even know this place was here.
Okay, guys, meet where the light, the light quest is.
Oh,
The light tab.
I'm so
Sorry,
bad.
I was doing the
So
I was doing the
figured out
runes with these guys.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the
like,
wait, the
get over
reflecting
here
one?
so that-
This one? The reflect one? The crystal? Oh no, this is
Yeah, we're like
oh
we're like.
shit.
you did
Oh
the-
fuck, I'm blind. I'm
You
blind.
do the light thing because we kind of need to do this, and three of us together, I feel like would be better.
How do I do this? Oh no. it
Wait,
won't come in.
wait. What the? Oh yeah, it does shoot darts. It does. It just slow you. They literally slow you.
Oh my god, I can't
Oh, that's what I got
see.
hit by. That makes sense
Oh
now.
lord, I literally can't see. What the fuck? God damn, I can't see.
Okay, yeah, it's hitting the crystal now.
Did we do it?
It's
Oh, we
spinning,
did
it's
it.
spinning. Yeah, we did it. Oh my god, I'm blind. I'm blind.
Oh god, I'm blind. Yeah, I'm still blind.
No, yeah, don't hit the ray. Do not hit the do not hit the light ray.
I'm just
Allowing
constantly hitting
resonance
the red
pillars.
light ray.
We're still missing some resonance pillars to do. What is this? No, I don't want to call a meeting.
That was like,
Don't do that shit, bro.
I don't want to look at this.
How can I use an
Oh my
ability?
god.
But I'm lagging
Hit
ball.
light torch. What do you mean? How does that hit?
Hey, actually, be very careful because this can
Oh,
actually
God.
kill somebody.
Guys,
I
I'm
have
really
to
stuck with
use
2
that.
people.
Yo, chill.
I'm scared. Oh.
How is this?
Yo, I did not
hit?
mean to press that button.
Hey, I'm a crush. I'm a crush.
Okay.
Get
Asshole.
everybody get away from it.
Alright.
I think someone disconnected.
I don't know. We're
Yeah, that's
we're in the mines right
Yarb's
now.
guy? Yarb's guy, right?
No.
Yarbs
they
is here.
didn't-
Yarbs is here,
yeah,
bro. I can see him.
Oh.
They're back. They were just AFK
Mush.
for a second.
You gotta go the
other way, or both of these things take
Let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. It should drop. Let go and it should drop.
What happened to that person?
Sorry, crush minerals.
It's not let go
I
and it
love how
drops.
it doesn't let me use.
Bro.
Oh, do we have to get off of it?
Yeah.
I don't trust this guy.
I think you have to get off of it.
Where are you guys?
Easy cheese, get off for a second.
Yo, no offense, I don't trust you.
Where? What?
Who's you?
What's left?
I don't trust him. He's following me. I don't trust him.
Or get on it.
I don't trust him.
The
I
pillar
don't
thing is
trust
left.
him.
Ooh.
I don't trust him.
Okay. Whatever.
I don't trust him. I don't trust this guy.
Where are you?
I'm in the middle of the like the 2 way. I don't trust this guy.
Oh, I see you.
Oh,
I don't
here.
trust-
We're here. We're
Oh, yeah.
Don't worry. We're here. There.
Yeah, I don't trust this man. I was trying to do the mine thing, but it's fine
fuck.
down.
We're all here
Should I
together.
wait?
What is the resonance pillars thing?
I'm
the-
assuming this.
Is that the light thing?
lighting thing is
Oh,
coming.
I thought we finished that.
It looks like we still
Oh, yeah, I
haven't.
thought it was finished.
Oh my
Who's
fuck!
awake? Oh my!
I'm fucking blind.
Oh.
Wait,
Oh,
who
shit.
died?
Okay, I sheriffed him.
Well, it was Alec. Oh, okay.
You cherished him? What?
So-
Okay, so yeah, he was
Sheriff.
playing
You can be a
dead.
sheriff. You can be a
Right.
sheriff.
Playing dead, and then
You can
killed
sheriff.
someone, and then
Well, okay, I guess we
Skip.
skip.
Yeah,
'cause
skip.
He's
Skip.
dead.
Yeah, skip.
Okay,
Oh, we're
he's
smoking
dead.
Smiley.
Well, I sheriffed him. I'm your sheriff.
Hey.
We all watched him kill someone. I
Who
think it
said
was
smoke
Alec.
Smiley?
Did we?
He was
Who
a
said that?
zombie. Easy, she's just saying he was a zombie.
Mm.
I don't know. Like,
Mm.
One person has it for Smiley. Okay, where's the light? Yeah, the light thing is right there. The thing. Okay, who's Smiley? Who's Smiley? Wait. let
He's
me
the
see.
Axel. He's the ghost axolotl.
right here.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
What are you doing?
Can I like? I
Okay.
can see. Okay, now I can see Smiley through walls.
Oh, okay. Oh, you have that one.
Just in-
Okay.
Yeah, just in case he
Yeah.
does something.
Oh, crap. What the fuck?
Dude, I'm so confused what's left.
Oh no. I didn't even see it.
I don't like how they're over here just chilling.
No, it's yours. The last one.
Stay away from Smiley.
That's the last thing.
He's teleport.
Wait, so now what?
Oh shit.
Smiley
Smiley's
died.
dead.
shit.
Oh,
Oh damn.
Okay, it was either Easy or Giggling. I walked up on both of them.
No, it was for sure easy to.
this kill him.
So it's either Easy or Giggling. Like straight up.
Easy said this, bro.
finished
What the heck?
task, so I walked on both
Diz
of them.
killed him? Wait, why
Easy
did
says
Diz
it was
kill him?
Diz.
Wait,
No, it
what?
was literally me, Yarbs, and I'm pretty
I'm
sure
dead.
it was
Hello?
easy.
This
Hello?
was
Okay,
right
so
there.
it's either
Alright,
Fizz,
I'm gonna vote
Easy, or
and then if it's not Easy, I'm gonna go get Giggling.
I do feel like there's like a Joker in this game or something. I'll just do Easy.
A Joker? A wild card?
Oh yeah.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Well, I voted on VC just in
Oh, come on,
case.
guys.
God
This
Wait,
damn.
how do
wasn't
we
even
win this
there,
game though?
Actually.
What the fuck is this?
Do we just continue until like the?
Yo, right in the waterfall? Hold on. New tasks? New tasks?
You literally.
Oh yeah, new task.
Whoa. We can go down the waterfall? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's where you get the tasks
Oh, we
from.
have to go above to like do the alignments though.
Align aqueducts?
Oh my god, I almost fell. Okay, I don't trust sharks.
Oh well, he's coming towards you, so I don't know. What is this? Oh shit! That's a dart. No, the ha! Damn! What the fuck? Okay.
Oh, what the fuck? I should not have pressed that button.
Oh
I
my
don't trust
God.
sharks, dude.
Wait, was he there?
He's
I didn't even
with
know
me.
that was-
He's following me for some reason.
Where? Wait, T,
We're
I
like
was
in the
literally right
beginning.
beside you. Was I not?
In
Was
the,
that?
begin- in
Is
the
this not
beginning,
you?
we're like we were.
Yeah, there. You're right there, T. Hello.
Oh wait, this is you now. Wait,
What?
is there two people with the same skin?
I thought you were giggling, to be honest with you.
Is it like
No,
an,
yeah, 'cause-
is he impostering? Like he's looking at
No, wait, no,
yeah,
it's
you
just-
can transform. You can transform into other people.
Then
what-
okay, then yeah, maybe. 'Cause no, I'm with Roxy. No, I'm with Roxy right now, and you guys. But when I was below trying to like
Dude,
get
where the
to
fuck-
like the alignment thing, I saw
Can't
like
see.
the name is with the same skin that Roxy has.
What the fuck
That's
you
why I
get
was
back there?
confused.
I don't know how to get
I'm
back
trying
there.
to see if it's like I died.
You died?
I died.
What the fuck do you mean you died, bro?
I died.
Where the fuck is your body, bro?
Where are you?
My body's non-existent.
Huh? Oh fuck.
They dropped it. They dropped it in the water.
Did I just kill myself?
Monster.
Can you die by water in here?
I guess I fell to
Yep.
death. I guess I fell to death.
You can
Oh.
you can literally
Oh, what the
die to water.
What?
Oh no,
I died by the
Roxy, did you
monster.
fall?
No,
that was so
it was a monster. It was a monster
Yep.
going on the bridge.
That's what they
I-
want to
I
understand.
didn't even know.
You were doing so good.
Damn, Roxy was the imposter, dude.
Wait, so I wasn't tripping. I knew it was you. I wasn't tripping then.
No. You thought it was Yarbs. It wasn't Yarbs.
No,
it was
because both
genuinely
of you
me.
were following
That
me
per-
for like a good amount of time. Both of you were following me, and I was so.
I actually wasn't following you,
Easy
T.
kill
I only
Fizz,
followed you at
though.
the end.
No. He killed himself with Cher.
Yeah, I fucking fell off the
How
map, bro.
Oh no.
Dude, yeah,
Did
the
Roxy
fact
do
that you can die by water.
No,
now
it
is
wasn't
just
me.
like-
I did not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He killed himself with Cher.
I think
I'm
it's
assuming you
one
killed
of
someone
those,
who's innocent, and that means you die.
That's tough.
I was not doing well, guys. I just existed.
I mean, we had no idea.
Stronger than you from Steven Universe. Not gonna lie, you would sound really good as Garnet. I love Garnet. I take that as a compliment, even if you don't mean it, Sensen. I take that as a compliment. I love Garnet. Estelle. Oh my god, Estelle. I kind of like this game, guys. I know it's gonna be some stupid ass price probably, but I kind of like it, how it looks and whatever.
Yo,
And
this game is
it's
more than
very-
$10, bro. They're pushing it, but it's a
probably will
fun
be,
game.
though.
it's-
It probably will be. Let's be
it's-
honest with how it looks.
It's just more like, you know, like fucking Little Big Planet style Among Us,
I
bro.
totally agree with you. $10 is probably the like perfect price point for this. Wait, are we talking about USD or CAD? That's the real question.
CAD.
No, Lord. $10
Okay.
CAD. You're that is very small USD money.
Listen, dude, look at this game.
Dude,
And
I'm
I heard
watching
the
a
song
video
yesterday
on,
and was
Plants
like,
vs.
it sounds like
Zombies
I sung the song before
This is just Among Us with extra steps, you know.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Dude, it's
Wait,
been so long.
who am I
since
going
seen-
with?
been
Goddamn.
on
Guys, I've
Back
lost you
to
already. You
Back
left me
to
alone.
I don't trust Roxy anymore.
I don't trust Roxy. After last round, I don't know if I can trust Roxy.
Yeah, after last round, I don't trust her anymore.
Okay, fine. I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone. Don't worry. I'm not gonna do it. Let me grab.
Find sensors, really?
Oh,
How do you find the sensors, bro?
Why can't I pick this one? It won't let me pick it up. God damn it.
It's one down.
God damn.
Where's the other sensor?
Other things before the future. Oh.
It's not a sensor. It's the other sensor.
I'm just gonna pick up this shit.
Dude, this sealing the rock one is actually the worst.
Oh.
Also, I'll say the fact that you can hardly hear the game is kind of scary. Makes it worse. Oh my, it's gonna go boom.
It's gonna go boom.
Wait, don't tell me you guys read the last one. Nice! Almost done. Oh wait, no, found something.
Yo, Mad Moon is cooming in a rock, bro. Listen. Listen, brother. You see this
To be
rock?
fair, she didn't kill anyone last time. Yeah, I didn't do anyone. I didn't kill anyone.
Yeah, I fucking fell to my death down the waterfall.
Anyone?
Yeah, I did as well.
I saw the way that Roxy was walking towards me. I'm like, let me go down this waterfall and just end up killing myself.
Let me go down this waterfall. Wow. Wow. Your own. Wait, no. Did you guys finish this?
What?
Where's the other calibration one?
Blue? Another blue one? Is someone going to
It's a pretty hot rock. Yeah, it's just like dripping like lava, bro. Or how is this not sealed, bro? What else is there to seal? Oh, there's a whole other side.
I got the last blue.
Yep.
Finally, dude.
Oh shit. No. I'm not going to stay out here. I'll freeze to death or something like that.
Whoa.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
I forget where it was. It was outside where you have to the water binds or turbines or whatever. I forget what
The
they're
ice
called.
crystals?
Yeah, I think so.
I
saw no one
someone-
coming. I didn't see anyone coming from there.
Okay, well. It's Aqua Muff.
Oh.
That's not even his name, bro.
Were
Aqua.
you
Why would it be?
there?
Yeah, why do you say it's Aqua?
I too.
Just because I need
info.
info. The only people I know I've seen recently are one of the whites and Giggling.
One of the whites? What?
Hell of a description.
One of the
dude.
whites is crazy, bro.
It is. I
Oh
don't know what
no,
else
it's
to
oil
say,
spill.
though,
It's
look
oil
at.
spill. That's what it
that's
was.
fair,
I was
that's
like,
fair,
what the
that's
fuck is this thing?
He's been AFK, or somebody's been AFK fucking.
Yeah, let's all stay together.
Did we do this already? Oh, maybe we did.
It's off out there.
Turbines, variable power bank.
Oh wait, do you just jump on these?
Yeah, to turn them.
I hit
Oh!
It won't work now.
Oh.
But yeah.
What the?
Hey, I didn't know how this task worked.
No, yeah, just you turn the thing.
Oh.
Crystals need to be analyzed, bro.
Don't worry, T. I'll leave you alone.
Yo, T, what color crystals do you need to analyze, bro?
It says yellow.
Where the fuck is the pickaxe in this bitch?
I don't trust Roxy, dude.
My dude, I'm leaving you alone. There, I've left you alone.
Yeah.
Okay?
You're leaving me alone now because you left and you came back, and then you left again. Then we're gonna turn around.
Because Aqua Muff was there. I was making sure he doesn't kill you. God damn. Okay, you know what? Next time I'll just leave you alone with him.
Damn.
I'm doing this.
Goddamn, I'm here trying to keep you alive, and then you're just like, oh no, nah, not even gonna do that. Okay. Oh.
You guys know where the crystals are?
Okay. I
The
do.
crystals for this, they're right behind this wall.
Yeah.
I don't know where the
Do
pickaxe
you
is
have
though,
the
unless you have it.
pickaxe?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
freezing.
The
I'm
garage is
freezing.
around somewhere.
I'm free. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll leave you alone, Mamoon. Don't
I'm
worry.
looking for a
I'm here
fucking
with you.
pickaxe, bro. I don't care about what you're doing.
Smiley Franks have one. Smiley Franks has.
Okay. Yeah, Smiley Franks has it.
Is he doing it?
No. Are you using it? Like, he's just here, by the way.
I knew it.
Oh, you died?
What?
Yep.
What the fuck? What? Oh, what the fuck? That wasn't me. I know. Okay.
I was trying to avoid him, but I had to stop to like look at the tags where they were.
What the? Oh shit, it's another person.
No, no,
create a
it's
bubble.
Roxy. I saw her.
It's
kill
not me. I literally just saw
and
you kill him, Smiley. I literally just saw you kill him.
I saw her.
You
saw Roxy
literally
kill
killed
the
him in front of me, and
and then they pulled me in with the beam to make sure I
and it
couldn't
was a
report
dead
the
body,
body.
and you were running away. I was like, what the?
No. All right,
That's
so
it.
which one are we
Manuel,
voting
Manuel,
first,
who do you
boys?
believe?
I
Who do
say
you
we get
believe?
Smiley first and Roxy second.
Do not vote. If you vote me, yeah, vote Roxy next. But it's not me. They
Nah, yeah, I say we
they
go
beat
we
me
go
away.
Smiley first, Roxy second.
I don't know, dude.
Who do you
Just get
believe?
Roxy next.
Yes, alright. Well, if it's not Smiley, it's Roxy next. I can't. I don't know what to tell you.
Crazy.
Go on there.
Be
Huge
gone.
mistake. Huge mistake.
Oh.
Ah, shit.
Damn.
Ah, shit.
Ah, shit. Call the meeting. She's gonna kill us. Call the meeting.
Go, 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 go!
Oh my gosh.
Where are you, Manuel? Where are you?
I'm just running, dude.
Full blast.
Sacrifice.
Well.
Sacrifice. Sacrifice.
Sacrifice. Well, Roxy, what do you gotta say?
What do you have to say for yourself?
I have nothing to say.
Well,
Y'all make a big mistake. That's all I have to say.
Oh yeah, we definitely made the right choice.
What? Oh.
Look at me crying. I cry. I'm a digital puppy.
Oh shit.
Yeah, get out of here.
Wait. Oh. Oh wait. Shit. I thought we.
No.
Oh god. Which one of you?
No, there's two. There's two.
It's not over.
That was fucking ominous as hell.
What the? Yo, what's happening in there? I don't like it.
I don't like it either. What does that mean when you can't go in?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Hey, yo.
What did you guys do in there?
He locked it.
Yeah, they're stuck in there?
Wait, do the imposters have the ability to switch the doors?
Analyze crystal repair.
Oh, they're back.
Flesh. Oh.
Wait, what the fuck?
Alright.
Is that like a...
I don't know, the door's yellow now. What the fuck does that mean? Why is the door yellow now?
I think it's like the timer or something. I have no idea.
Does anybody know where the pickaxe is on this map?
They're in one of these.
Flamethrowers.
Oh, never
there's
mind.
a
I found
map.
it. I found it.
Well, it's a map.
Yeah, there's a map.
Then why didn't you know how to find the pick? There's a map.
Listen, I didn't know the thing was on the map.
Dude, it's right there.
Listen.
You need yellow crystals, I think.
I'm scared, bro. No, what do you mean the door is red, bro? Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
the
guess.
door is
guess
red.
I guess we turned red.
Open the door.
So you have like 3 ghosts following you, by the way. Go get a red one. Go get a red one.
Whoa. What?
Hey, yo, Yeshi.
What?
Are you both
What's
alive?
up?
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
chilling.
Okay.
I
I
don't know.
hadn't seen you in a while.
I'm doing
Bro,
the crystals.
I got locked out. I tried to follow you guys, but then I also didn't want to go fucking outside. And...
I just haven't seen you in a while, and if you were dead, then the imposter could have killed another person.
Oh, you're good.
Brother.
Wait, why am I in the meeting room?
What do you mean, why are you in the meeting room?
I'm still in the meeting room.
Oh, you're still in the meeting room?
Yes.
Uh.
Yo, what the fuck?
Pass the pickaxe, bro.
I think you
Why
got
am I
glitched
still...
out to you.
Dude, I got glitched out in the meeting room. I can't escape the meeting room.
Yeah, he's glitched. He's glitched. Cause I'm like, when the meeting was called, there was only 4 of you. T was not there.
Isn't T dead?
Oh yeah, yeah. Wait, is he dead? T, who killed you?
Yeah, I'm dead.
He's
Yeah,
been
but
dead.
when you get called in a meeting, you're put in there as a ghost.
Okay.
Why can't I swing this pickaxe, bro? I don't like that.
Where are you?
Alright, now I'm back.
Someone die? Oh shit.
Mama, you're alive, right?
I can't report him to the fucking wall? Bruh. I couldn't report him because the wall was red.
What?
I think it's Aqua.
Yeah, it is Aqua. I watched him kill Giggling. How is Aqua on the floor?
I think it's Zelk, bro. I think he's calling. I
The
swear
fuck?
to God, I think it's Zelk, bro.
The fuck? Get this guy out of here, bro. Slime on slime crime, bro. Holy. GG's.
That's okay, hilarious.
GG.
Bro, I did not know how to get up from a fake death.
You just hit the button again.
You faked it.
Because I was like, oh, dude, fucking clever.
He made it seem like he died. And then I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, no. What is he doing? Because it was his body that was there that you reported.
I know. I'm
That
like, yo,
looked
what am
like
I
you
looking
reported.
at?
Alright, it was fun playing again. Have a good
Oh my god.
And
GG's.
these guys are leaving? Is it over?
Yeah,
Okay, do you
think
guys
we
want to
should-
try? Wait. Do you guys want to try another demo before we leave? Because it's gonna be 3 a.m.
Yeah, which one?
Which one?
Oh.
There's literally... Wait, isn't there only one that we can play? Grain? The grain rot?
Grain rot?
Isn't that it?
Sure. You locked him in a room, so...
I didn't know. Okay, so here's the thing. That wasn't him. That was... Or he faked his body and whatever shit. And I'm like, why would you fake dying right there? Like, what the fuck?
It's like, yeah, he did the ink bomb thing. I'm like, okay, whoever's the dead body after this there's definitely gonna be one.
You know,
And I
the
just-
crazy thing is, so what are we gonna do? Are we gonna do grain rot or?
Yeah, let's go to grain rot.
Pretty late. I
So,
don't know.
Like
Grain rot.
I imagine Roxy was the imposter because she was like every time I was doing the task, she would appear behind me.
You know, you can tell Roxy when Roxy's the imposter because she's not as scared.
Yeah, she's not scared of people. And that was how I was on edge. I was blocking doors with the walls and everything. And then came Mutt, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna die here. It was Roxy and Mutt in the same place.
Oh, I didn't even know he killed you. I genuinely didn't
Yeah,
even know
yeah,
he
he
was
killed me.
there.
I was like,
I
oh,
did
okay,
not know
okay,
he
wait,
was
wait, wait.
there.
I was like, if Roxy's here and she's not on edge with Mutt, it's because the Mutt stuff.
What the fuck?
My
Okay.
dude, the guy kept going into a different area and whatever. I'm like, oh, let's do a double kill and whatever. And he will go and then he'll walk away. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wait, Roxy, why
Okay.
are you still in the same game?
Oh, sorry. I just I like how the thing makes noises. I'm
They're
sorry.
stimulating.
My apologies. My
Wait, what is
Yeah,
apologies.
this game looks crazy, like graphics wise.
Oh shit.
This looks so weird.
Guys, my PC is
Yeah, it looks so weird.
having a hard time.
As soon as I launched the game, I heard my fans like kick up.
My fans have been up the whole time.
And during that game, during Mayhem.
Yes. During even the game before that, it's been running hot. This thing is like, oh yeah, I have to keep. Dude, my PC is so hot. Wait, let me just check
Funny,
if I
mine
can
isn't.
even keep.
My CPU
Okay,
is
that's
at
nice.
a
That's
73 degrees.
Okay, mine says 60 degrees.
I mean, but you guys are streaming. Like you guys have are fine even though you're streaming.
Yeah, I also haven't closed my
Why is it
browsers in
okay? It
like
says
a
60
couple
degrees,
days.
but I feel like it's hotter. Like, God damn. I truly feel like it's harder.
I've had the same 3 browser windows open for so long.
Dude.
I don't know why I was imposter back to back. That's dumb. Don't let me be imposter.
I mean,
I remember there was one
because one time you didn't do
situation-
anything.
I'm up to
One time you didn't even
I
get to
think
do
my-
anything.
I know I didn't even do anything.
Game ended because everybody died, like from falling and shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it ended because I died. Because I fucking got eaten by a monster. I'm like, what the fuck? I just read Monster Mayhem. I'm like, what's that? And then it's like suddenly, oh, monster ate me.
I think that's what it said when I fell off the
The
map.
game's playing, guys. Oh, I'm so sorry.
The
I
game's
apologize.
playing? Oh, you
What
didn't
is
switch your screen. Freaking amateur. Crazy.
My dude, I just opened it and I didn't.
I don't kill when playing like games like that. Fair enough. I mean, the perks
don't
make it.
like-
The
yeah, I
perks would
don't
make it
like
fun. Perks make it fun though, or at least more interesting.
Not it? Okay, wait. What the fuck am I looking at?
Oh, I forgot to fucking change my.
Helden? Is this what the game's called? Helden?
No.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. For
That's what the window's called, so we can like.
yeah, that's what the
click on the
window's
window to
called.
stream that window. It's not called grain rod. It's called some next shit.
Oh yeah, I see it now.
Here, I have to. Oh, I didn't miss. I didn't.
Did you already started game, Roxy?
No, I just loaded one, but it's going through the whole thing.
You invite me?
The whole intro.
You loaded a game.
A new game. I just clicked new game.
Yeah, I was like, there's no way you're not playing.
Yeah, do not press new game, dude.
Yeah, I haven't pressed it.
I mean, it'll just put you in like a freaking cutscene. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
the whole.
that's what that was. Why do I have a hotkey for that?
Dude, I want to play Repo. Fuck. I've been playing by myself.
Yeah, we heard you've been practicing, bro.
Yep.
Practicing hiding in a corner, hiding in. No, only when it's multiplayer.
I mean, you're not that wrong, because when I have to watch my phone or something, I hide in a
At
corner.
least I know how the cursed elevator works. Stupid.
You start the game yet?
What the fuck am I doing?
Did you start the game yet?
Like,
I don't know how to load. It just says resume, load game, join game,
New game?
options.
New game invite to party? I'm down to
Where?
repo. Oh, this game is fire?
Yeah, supposedly this game's fine. Guys, I'm so scared being here by myself. What the fuck?
Can you invite anybody? Have you
No,
considered-
I
have you
don't think so.
considered
Wait,
that?
let me see this.
You consider sending an invite?
Game. Nope, I'm going through the cutscene again.
Okay, what happens after the cutscene?
Okay, I don't know. Oh, E.
dude, you could have just literally skipped the.
Are you struggling?
What the fuck?
Invite me for this one? Are you online, bro? Oh, you're online.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, we're still trying to figure that part out, bro. What did you just do? Oh.
I just agreed to something.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, didn't even realize my thing.
Who the fuck is that
So
guy?
then we like, do we know what the hell? How do we start this? Or
Yeah, we're waiting for Roxy to figure it out. And by figure it out, I mean get the option to add someone to the game.
I'll be pink, guys. My spark color will be purple. My eyes
What are you
will
doing?
be scared.
What are you doing right now?
Oh. No, nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
she's customizing her freaking robot.
Okay.
Upgrade this room to unlock new well, no, that's not.
Have you considered sending
No.
an invite? Is that even something you can do?
I don't know how to.
Okay.
Make it seem like I know.
Okay, dude.
Just invite through Steam. What's this? Acquire a broom, remove dirt piles, and repair a broken wall. Oh no, this is to construct things. Invite friends! Oh, found it. God damn it.
You found it?
Oh.
Congrats.
Do you invite
There.
now or?
Yes, I've invited you guys.
Finally, jeez.
Finally, dude.
Bitch, you guys could have done it too. Okay?
No.
You're the one.
I actually couldn't have done it because I don't have T on Steam.
Yeah, he doesn't have me on Steam. The only reason I have Roxy on Steam because she forced me. I have Scarab because I was full.
What the fuck? I
Holy
just said you want to play
sensitivity,
repo. This guy's a loser. Oh god, asshole.
Dude, this sensitivity's fucking crazy.
Bro, get over here.
Where did this guy get here?
What now?
Like a minute
I've been
ago.
here.
Look.
Whole time.
I think
the
it's
entire time since you guys
dead.
started.
Okay, but what do we do here? What's the point of this?
It's
We
like
should scrap
And why
it.
is Roxy
Dibs on its hands.
on top of the desk?
Oh shit. It's alive.
He's the receptionist.
My mic. Can you guys hear me in the game?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh,
Well,
my
you guys are
fault.
gonna have to deal with it.
Okay.
I'll just mute myself in Discord.
Oh shit.
Do we just talk to the game?
I guess so. It's one of them games.
Can you guys hear me in game?
Yes.
We hear you fine. That's why I was like looking at this.
Not enough coins. Yo, fuck you, bro. Whoa.
Is there a way I can look at myself? Lost and found? What the fuck? Guys, there's a room up here that's
hammer,
like...
bro.
Oh shit, I'm losing health for real. Oh fuck. Yo, what the fuck? Yo, did you kill him, bro? Is that his soul? What the fuck? What the fuck?
T, no, T!
Where are you
Wait.
going? Don't leave.
Why am I getting... Hey, stop it! Why am I getting punched? What the fuck? Fuck you!
You ever seen Real Steel?
No, fuck you! This is not real steel! This motherfucker... T, are you okay? No.
Can you go back into your body or what's going on here?
Yo, on God, my fault, bro.
You fucking drop kicked him to Dell. He's back.
Oh, there.
You guys keep punching him, dude.
Oh, we can buy stuff?
We don't have any money. What do you mean? We can't buy anything, dude.
Oh. No, we do have money. I have 50 gold.
Where do you get 50 gold from?
Oh,
Well,
I
hello
just had it.
again. Welcome to my workshop. Oh, I have something cool.
It just pops up when I click on this stuff. It'll show. Do I have to buy this?
Ow, what the fuck are you saying anything, bro?
Will you come back in one piece?
How do you do that, bro? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Clinkery.
Oh shit, I just took your body, bro. I took T's body.
Huh.
Head into the
Yo, what the fuck?
Sorry.
Advantage.
I had to.
Oh, you can kill my tiny soul. I'm gonna full die.
Oh shit.
I can't jump and hit.
Wait, T, why do you sound like that? Why do you sound like that? Yo, Roxy, come listen to T.
You got a funny voice, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, you've got a voice pitch on.
Because I think he's connected to this guy right now. Or wait, P, can you talk?
Can we like complete the objective or what's going on here? Okay. Where does one acquire a broom from? Ooh, this creepy basement. Creepy basement. Bye-bye. Oh shit. Oh shit, where the fuck is it taking me? Bro, what? Bro, what? Wait. Oh! Hello? Backrooms? Backrooms? Where the fuck am I? Yo, who the fuck is this guy? Is that worth something? What is this? $5. I don't like that there's freaking like radiation or something, bro. The fuck am I stepping on? Yo, what is this, bro? Is that just straight cancer, bro? Am I gonna go die if I walk on this? I want to test that. Sir? 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 Sir, I'm stuck. I seem to be stuck in your little establishment here. Okay. I guess we're fighting now. Oh, it seems I'm still stuck in your little abode here. Get me out of here! Get me out of here! Guys, I'm legitimately stuck. Guys. Guys. Oh shit. Guys, I'm actually stuck. I'm fucking stuck. Eject? Oh, wait, what? Oh, you can just go out of your body like that. That's crazy. I didn't know you could do that. I'm taking this egg with me. Let me grab it. Why can't I grab it? Why? No, genuinely, why can't I grab it anymore? Whoa. There we go. What? Oh, okay, so sometimes I can hold it and sometimes I can't? Crazy. The fuck was that? Oh my god, it's a monster! What do you mean replace the fuse? The fuck do you mean replace the fuse? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? What the fuck do you mean replace the fuse? Ah! Oh my god! What the fuck is that? Can I beat you in here? Oh my god! 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 Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I'm back! Oh, oh my god, dude!
Elevator's back.
Yo, there's a fucking monster down there! Holy fuck!
Did you die?
Oh my
Dude,
god!
why didn't you come back up?
I couldn't. I couldn't. The fuse box was blown. It said replace the fuse box. I fucking panicked, dude.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, dude, we were waiting for you because we can't do anything.
Dude, that shit was funny as hell, bro. I heard a monster noise. I'm like, is that a monster? I turned the corner. There's a fucking monster there. I run back to the elevator. I try to press the button. It's just replace the fuse box. Come downstairs. Come downstairs with me. I'll show you, bro.
Guys, let's go downstairs. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. All through the elevator. T, come on.
Dude, I've got 34 HP.
I have 40.
Don't worry about it, bro. I went down there with 20 HP, bro. We'll figure it out. Hey, you guys. Hope this thing still works.
T, we're literally waiting for you. T, we're waiting for you. Just get the fuck in the elevator. Stop fucking complaining.
You can walk a little bit faster, buddy.
Yeah, can you walk a little bit faster?
Why are you so quiet?
Yeah, why are you so... Also, T, here. I think here's a... Grab the hammer. Grab the hammer. You need it.
That's not... That doesn't look good.
God damn. What the fuck?
Okay, so basically the monster was to the... Oh, this is a different building. This is different. Oh, it looks different now. So basically what you want to do is don't stand here. Yeah, don't stand there. So this is basically like repo now.
How do I...
Was all that necessary?
Yep, I grabbed... It said to break anything that glows.
Yo, like, okay. I guess so. What is this? Oh.
Oh.
This place is spooky. Oh. I don't like that noise. Who the fuck said that? No, no, no. Oh, what the fuck? I am not your mama. I am not your mama. Oh. What the fuck is this?
Oh, T or T. That was like a gnome. That was like a gnome.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Yo, that's... Yeah, don't go that way.
Dude, the Reaper's over there, bro.
Bro, these guys don't like sprinting at all? Or like what's going on here? Okay. Yo, back up, back up, back up, back up. Go, sprint, bro, please. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Bro, I'm gonna die. I have no health. Oh my god. Yo, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around. God damn. Damn. We got cooked.
What the fuck?
We got cooked, dude.
We barely even explored.
Okay, well, let's go back.
Yeah, that was peak, bro.
Just terrifying.
Do you not have a mallet? Yeah.
Nope, we lost all our money.
We have no money? Are we broke? Oh, we got like...
You got
Hey,
the gold.
I don't have a mallet.
I got the parts.
You get a free one right here. Right here.
Backtrack needle. What did you just... Okay.
Alright guys, let's go, let's go.
See you soon.
Dude, that shit was scary, bro.
Dude, I walked around the corner and the fucking Reaper was right there.
We got boxed in. And of course, we're missing T.
Oh, dude, I'm chilling.
Where is this guy? I sit next to you? No, you're fucking taking up all the space.
What the fuck? You called me fat, bro?
I didn't say it, you said it.
Oh shit.
Hey, rock, paper, scissors.
Oh yo.
What the fuck? Oh. Oh, so you can actually leave your body.
Yeah, you can leave your body if you want. I got stuck and I had to do that low-key. Get in here, get in here.
Oh my god.
Oh.
This man annoys me.
Slot machine, bro. Slot machine. He's broke.
That one fucking broke.
Yeah, you can't go back up now. This is where I was the first time.
Oh shit. Yo, this is mine now.
Yo, nice.
I think we have to take that with us and put it in the thing.
What, the blender?
No, this like glowy thing.
Yeah, put it in the blender? Or like where?
No, aren't we supposed to smash
I'd
it?
assume
Isn't
so.
it say break stuff, especially if it glows?
Where does it say that? I don't even know.
Then what do we put in the blender? Oh, that thing glows up.
You're damn right it does.
Yeah, I threw one earlier and it started spinning like crazy and came and blew up on me.
Okay, I break everything then.
Yeah,
I can't pick it up.
I don't think it's gold, it's bronze. Yeah, I don't think you can pick it up.
I think you just pick it up automatically, no?
In there.
The way you walk.
The way you walk, the way you move.
Wait, guys, y'all went two different ways.
I wonder what T's up to.
That place is dangerous, bro.
Things would drop it.
Yeah, can you go in there with your fake body, bro? Oh, what the fuck?
Oh.
You can do that?
Dude, I'm fast as shit.
That's as fuck, boy.
Oh. Oh, be careful.
Anything,
Oh, I got a
anything,
cosmetic.
anything over there? Yo, what the hell, Leonte?
Oh.
Yo, I'm pinned out, bro.
There we go.
Yeah, go. Oh shit, wrong
Yeah,
button.
just go in there. You gotta avoid the spikes. Is this a fuse?
Oh no, what does it look like?
I think I found a fuse.
I think that's it, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a fuse. We need that to open the elevator.
Oh, how many do we need?
We just need one to go back up.
Just that
I
one,
think.
I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't have pockets. I can't pick up.
This shit is crazy, bro. I'm so scared. I'm so scared there's gonna be a monster. Is that you?
We can send the goat.
This body only has 30 HP.
It's radiation, bro. Can you go past radiation? I can't even go. Okay.
Wait,
Oh.
I'm hitting that shit, bro.
I can't go. I can't go past you, bro. I can't go past you, bro.
Yeah, get trapped, bro. Okay,
Can we like look and see if they're monsters?
Might be onto something. Oh shit.
Oh, it's going up.
Yeah, there's a time limit on that.
Okay. We just go back up. And
I mean, it just goes around this way.
I hear something.
Is there a map? Oh, we don't have a fucking map.
Where did Sunset go?
Yeah, what's up?
Manu, come here.
1 second, man. I'm getting the money.
Yeah, but that piece of shit Mount ain't gonna do nothing.
Alright.
Mad Moon.
Yes.
Mad Moon. Here,
What?
here's another fuse.
You giving it to
I'm
me
gonna
for?
drop
It's right
it.
here.
Here, pick it up.
Okay. What am I looking at?
Just in case one of us dies.
It's right here on the shelf.
Bro, there's like radiation and shit in there.
Radiation?
Oh, is another hammer? What is this? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah, that shit go crazy, bro.
Should we get out of here now? What's the plan?
Let's
Can
go.
we leave?
Yeah, we have 2 fuses. The fuses. Sunset, we're going.
I hope there's not going to be a scary monster.
Wrong.
Sorry, I tapped up for a second.
Oh damn.
Go do. I think I heard a monster, but there was 100% a gun back there.
You said there's a gun back there? What'd you say?
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a gun.
that's a gun.
Or like a nail gun or something.
You get your body back real quick?
I kind of like this body.
Alright, we're scrapping it for parts then.
I hear something.
You got it? Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Insert coin? What do you mean not enough coin?
I'll do it.
40 coins to go up, bro.
Oh, wait, what do you mean I don't have enough? What the fuck?
Because you're broke, dude.
That's what this is for.
Yo, get out of that fucking body so we can shred you, bro.
Dude, this body is not gonna give you money, bro. Yo.
Get him! Get him!
Yo, chill.
He said get him.
What the bitch? You think I actually was?
Okay.
Here, hold on. I'm just gonna go get my body back.
You run so fucking goofy, bro.
Can I take my crown back? I want my pimp suit.
Can we even move this thing? Oh damn.
I think we need to. Hold on here. I'm gonna go put my body next to the thing, get out, and then
There's
go.
a bunch of things that glow. How much radiation can we take?
Probably not a lot. What's the plan here? Oh, that's the plan. That's the plan. Did it work? I hope it worked.
Did we get money or we just ruin a body? We didn't get shit. That's fucked up.
Hi, Gap.
Damn, we didn't get shit.
We don't know where T is, to be honest.
Okay. Okay, let's try it with just like normal items. I'm bringing a chair over.
Guys,
Move
how do I do that? How do I grab the thing?
Oh my god!
Reaper's here.
That's not scary at all. Two? Yeah, we should not have been breaking stuff.
Why?
Breaking stuff, no bueno, not the way to
How
go.
do I eject my hands? Like,
How do you right click, dude? What do you mean how?
it doesn't tell me how.
Right click.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yes, like, do you ever like look at the controls on the screen that are there all the time?
You mean the grab, the build, and eject? That's it?
Yeah, the grab, is that not what you're struggling with?
I don't. It just appeared. I had something in my hand, but what's going on?
Oh, this is gonna take forever, bro.
42. How much do we need?
40. Oh, we have 40? You already had 40?
Yeah, where's Sensen? I have 42.
Benson, are you alive?
Running for my fucking life, dude.
He's
God damn.
Oh, he's alive. Yo, allegedly Roxy has an. Where are you going, dude? Roxy, where are you going, man?
I think I just got 21 points.
Where are you going, dude? I thought we had enough. The fuck?
What do we do now?
Roxy, where did you go?
I was like, those are. Oh wait.
Why did
Guys,
you
I
go?
wanted to get this hand thing that's over there, but I can't get it. I don't.
What hand thing?
Look on the
Oh.
table. Okay. Is it a weapon?
The radiation stuff goes away.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, the radiation stuff. It wasn't going on.
Where are you going? Where are you going, bro?
Grab this thing.
I don't think I can grab it while you hold it. I don't think I can have it while you have it.
You have to hold it.
You've played Repo, dude. You gotta hold it.
I have to hold it.
Yo, the Reaper's back. The Reaper's back.
Here.
Oh my god. Yo, he took my fucking soul, bro. 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 Can we go now? Can we go now?
Can we go? Sensen! Sensen!
Oh man.
Sensen!
The fuck was that noise?
It's unlocking new constructs.
Oh, I forgot T's still up there.
Yeah.
Wonder what he's up to.
I don't know. Cleaning. Like a good
Mm,
house husband.
Where the fuck is Sensei?
He went down the hallway this way.
Okay.
We're both like mallets out.
I'm ready to beat that ghost ass. Where the fuck did this guy go?
I don't know.
Sensen.
Samson! Let's just go find him. He might be dead for all we know.
Oh, I don't want him to be dead. I'm gonna make some money while we're here. Ow.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there you are.
Dude, I got lost.
Are we ready to go now? Are we ready?
Oh, there you go. Let's go.
Yoink. Yeah, let's go. Oh my god, he's coming back. These doors better fucking close, bro. These doors better fucking close, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Why the fuck did you beat the shit out of Sensen? You did not need to beat the shit out of it, bro.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, we covered most of that. Look at us.
Okay, yeah. Well, Sensen covered the rest.
Yeah, look at the distance cover. Look at the distance covered stat, bro. Holy.
There's a distance covered stat? Where?
You don't see the results?
It shows me scribbles.
Press continue. Press continue.
Oh, continue. Ah, okay.
I did damage to an enemy.
T broke the most constructs. Enemy damage.
T, are you still here, buddy? Yo, it was crazy down there, man. I got you something. Here you go. You can have this.
T, did you have fun cleaning?
No, clearly not. It's fucking standing on a dirt pile as we speak, bro. What is this?
I spin the gotcha, bro.
What is this? Oh, epic.
Oh shit, I got a telephone.
Oh, why you hit me like that?
What do you mean not enough coins, bro? Fuck. Yo, can someone spot me? Can someone spot me a coin, bro?
Mad Moon, those were the coins I collected. We all share these coins.
No, we don't.
I collected some coins. I can't use them.
Oh, well then Sensen used them too.
What the fuck?
Well, Sensen did it first. There's guns now for sale?
Anything specific you're looking for?
Oh shit. Nail gun.
Also, if you throw a hammer hard enough, it should do damage to whatever thing is down there.
If you hit it on the head, it does more damage.
Yo, the hammer's got a health bar though. Don't make sure you don't break that shit.
That's better if you guys eject, by the way.
Yeah, yeah,
This is a nail fitter.
yeah.
Try not to melt.
Try not to melt.
Okay.
All right, we ready to go back down there? I think we're ready. I think we're ready.
Like you. Please come back soon.
What the fuck?
Is someone gonna pick up?
It's not. Calling the cops. What is that?
Sprinting. Jumping. Crouching. Put these lights on.
Okay. Well,
Yo, the nail splitter is what I saw down there, by the way.
yeah, that's what we have up here.
Check spark. Item. Punch.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
It is not nailed down. You to the left.
Oh, I didn't know I was dragging this thing with me.
What are you doing to the phone?
I don't even know how it's working. It's just not even plugged in, bro.
Hello? Yo, what the fuck? Why am I green?
They look like us.
Why are you green?
On the ground? Yeah.
You're not green.
I changed my color.
No, like I'm still blue, but I'm green.
You're rusting, bro. You must be rusting, bro. Oh shit.
It's gotta be the radiation.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, because you guys don't have it at all.
New class? Scraps for scrapper?
Oh my fucking god, bro. What was that?
Did you guys set something on fire just now?
That was me. I was on fire.
Oh.
Fireball.
How'd you get my hat, bro?
Get your hat
What
back.
are we gonna do, guys?
Run it back. What's he this time?
Do we want to buy something? Do we want to buy the nail splitter? Or... Come on, let's go. Alright, let's go, guys. Probably you guys broke that. P?
Okay, this time everybody get in the elevator first.
My boy's not okay. Did you bring it back? He's fine. He got left behind because he chose to stay behind.
Yo, this is all good things on the thing? No way. And the fuse box didn't break. Holy. Wait, did we get a map this time?
See where
We still need 40 coins, guys.
I got a question. Does this thing reset your cooldown?
Yeah, for down here it does, yeah. Not up there. It'll come back up there. You will up there, you will get it back. Because you need to buy yourself out of here. So basically what you need to do is pick up items and put them in this extraction thing.
Radiation.
Yeah, it's gonna be radiation everywhere on this map.
Yo, run! There's a Reaper!
Oh shit!
Run.
Yo, I blew up.
Oh fuck! What the fuck is this? Did he die? What the fuck just happened? Yo, what the fuck just happened? You good, bro?
How are you still alive?
No, I don't know. You got hit by this fucking thing. How are you still? What even are you right now, bro? Hey, let's go. You're like an ant now, bro. What the fuck?
What? I'm an ant?
I mean, you're some sort of bug. I don't know what you are.
Oh my fucking
Oh
god!
my god, yo, you getting, you gotta get your lick back on that Reaper, bro. You are getting your lick back on that Reaper right now, bro.
Yo, I'm hitting that shit.
The fucker? What the fuck?
Yo.
So.
That plant's glowing.
Oh, I don't like that noise. Huh. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there.
We have to go.
We have to go? Just like that?
Guys, something's here.
Yeah?
Just running.
Okay, we completed an objective, I guess.
Guys, I have so much radiation on me though.
Yeah, I have 20 health. It's coming? Oh, fuck.
Okay, go. Go.
It's in this box.
We're kind of stuck here.
We're stuck here?
We're basically dead.
Oh my god. What's up, Doug?
There's some gold in here. I could not kill that monster.
Oh, you died? Oh shit.
Yeah, there's a monster. It's coming. Look at it.
Yeah, the crawling one. Is Roxy still stuck over there, dude? I have 15 health, bro. I can't fight this thing.
I had flamethrowers and I couldn't kill it.
Bruh. Bruh. Come back to spawn, please. Where's Roxy? Oh, fuck. Roxy?
Yep.
Where's T?
I don't know.
Why is it always I have one person and not the other person, bro? Oh, he's coming
Don't
back.
forget, you can just eject yourself and then play dead for a while.
There's
It'll leave you alone.
Yeah, there's a time limit.
Yeah.
Are we ready to go?
Where's Sensen?
Sensen's dead, bro.
Oh, okay. Can we go? Do we have enough? Press the button, press the button.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
What the fuck? What the fuck just happened, dude?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, night night, oh wait, no. Night night gets in there. I'm so sorry. I'm not even paying attention. Oh god. That was so bad.
Yo, I got some hot sauce. I got hot sauce. I don't know what this is.
Oh, I brought that back.
What the fuck did I get? Oh, what the fuck?
I don't know.
Oh, it's water.
I just saw it and I grabbed it. Oh, IT.
I don't want that.
This is glue, bro.
Yeah, right click. You nutted on yourself.
It's a healing item. It heals people.
Yeah. It literally says healing on it.
Wait.
Holster it? Holster it? Yeah, what's up?
Let me see that hot sauce for a second.
It's not hot sauce, it's healing liquid.
Yeah, it's healing. That's what I thought so. I was just like, it's in the shop and it's supposed to it's supposed to heal. Okay, anyways, I'm done, guys. I'm done. I'm done.
Okay.
That thing was ugly as fuck and it was chasing us. And I'm like, I don't want to deal with ugliness.
Room level up.
Oh no.
What the fuck does that mean? Yo, can somebody click on this real quick? Little fucker. Oh shit. Another one? Oh no, this is a different thing. Let me make a call. Hold on. Oh man.
Yeah, we should have more damage.
Why don't you just work?
Alright, well. Holy fuck, I'm on fire.
Oh, you get set on fire if we're out here?
Yeah, let's go out there for a second. Crazy.
Oh dang, so that's how Senso kept setting himself on fire. Okay guys, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Be careful out there.
Oh, I'm done with this, guys. Oh,
Solid demos played today.
Guys, for the game.